Hello. Hi. We're back again. It's been a day, but it's well, but I haven't forgotten anything. Don't worry. I'm very still into the I need to know what happens at the end. I gotta finish this today or else I'll combust. Okay. Yeah, let's go! Alright, so I'm gonna do like a quick recap of what has happened so far. Um, so our name is Mai, right? And we live with our moms and our older sister, Lizzie. And oh wait, and we live in what's the place called? Sunset Bird. We live in Sunset Bird, which is this like kind of small ocean town in California. Ocean town, I don't know what do you call it. Like town that's near the ocean. And and there's not many kids there because it seems like it's more of like a old people retirement area. But anyway, right? So um so one day, next door, across the street, I think, right? This other family moves in, and and they carry a kid with them. Yeah. Well, not physically, but metaphorically, right? And that's Cove. We met Cove, and Cove's dad comes up to us and he's like, "Hey, hey, would you like to be friends with my son for an easy down payment of $20?" And then we said, "Yeah, sure, we'll take 20 bucks." So yeah, right? And then he's like, "Yeah, but I don't know where my son is." And then something something something, we find him on a hill, right? And Cove's like, "Man, I don't like it here. I want to move back to where I was before. I don't want to move to this new area," right? Because his parents got divorced, and now he's living with his dad. So, and we say, "Oh man, that's a bummer," but we're like 8, so we're like, I don't know how to deal with traumatic experiences. Right? And yeah, that's the setting. What else? Oh right, and Shiloh is a character that I realized did not appear afterwards, after the childhood segment, right? He just kind of he moved away, right? He moved away, and apparently we just never saw him again. I don't know. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he won't. I don't. Let's bye, Shiloh. Right? I can't quite remember much else of the childhood area. Like, what else? We made sandcastles. Um. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. And we watched Fireflies. Uh. Not much. I mean, it's like, like a child's summer before video games were a big thing, I would say. Before, you grew cynical of the world and you just played video games in your room all day. You actually went outside and touched grass during the summer. That, yeah. Can't remember much. No, I mean, I understand. It's like when you need to remember, it's just not there. Yeah. Right. So, and then we grew up, and our sister Lizzie no longer wanted to be Lizzie, and she's now Elizabeth because she's more mature, right? And well, we grew up and we're now 13 years old, so we're officially a hashtag teenager. Yeah. Yeah, and I forget how much older Lizzie is from us, but she's older. She's older enough. Is that a word? That to us she seems too cool for us now. And she talks with her friend. Oh, 2 years older. Okay, so she's 15 then. Okay, yeah, 15 years old, too cool for her younger sibling. So she talks on the phone with her school friends all the time, right? What else? Oh, right, and we also fucked up at the very start of the second step because I accidentally sent it to indifferent again, right? So there's a whole segment where Cove was just like, "Yeah, we're like what was it? It's like our parents always wanted us to be friends, but we just like never became friends." And it was like, "Gee, I wonder why that is." Oh, It's because I didn't. Oops. Yeah. Well. Right, but we changed it, and the moment we changed it, Crove. The moment we changed our interest from indifferent to fond, Cove crawled into our window at the end of the first part of the second part. Crove called into our window. Yeah, yeah. Other notable thing. Oh right, and we also met Derek, who is, Derek's dad, who works with Cove's dad, I think, and comes over quite often during the summer too, right? And yeah, and we also meet Jeremy, who is kind of a dick, yeah, and he likes pee in his cereal. What else? Oh, and we also meet Lee, who is our cousin, who's really nice and sort of more outgoing and has a high EQ, which I admire. Yeah, I gotta change it. Neat. Okay. Yeah. And Nee the gay fish, or Cove's gay fish. Yeah. Perfect. We also meet Cove's mom, Kyra, yeah, who's really pretty and like, honestly, like way better than I expected Cove's mom to be, which is great. What else? Oh, right, and then we dealt with a lot of personal stuff. Much of which was very interesting to see laid out on a choice table for me to pick. Things like sexuality and body image. Yeah. That was weird. But I mean, I guess for personalization's sake, I can say words. It feels weird because it's kind of like a weird, like, it's like, you know, create a character sort of, it's like a create a character screen, but you're like not only picking appearance but like also all your other things that make up your identity, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know if this is how it's supposed to be because it's not how it actually works, but it was, I mean, whatever, okay, it's fine. And our parents are dead. Well, not our moms, but our biological parents are dead. And so are Elizabeth's parents. Yeah. Because, well, you know, we are both adopted, right? And, but brushing that aside, what was it? Oh, right, and the entire time we were learning about this, new fun fact. Sorry. Lee and Cove were just like standing on the side, arms to the side, A-posing. Yeah, our parents are dead, but more importantly, we got to we got to have dinner with Cove's parents, who are not dead, and then we told Cove that his dad paid us $20 to be friends with him, right? And then Cove gets really mad at his dad, right? Because, you know, that's kind of a dick move to do. Pay $20. Yeah. And but everything works out in the end, and it's all okay. Because because both Cove and his dad learned that, hey, maybe we should communicate better, and so we can avoid these sorts of problems in the future. And it's like, wow, that's a really smart idea. And so yeah, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Oh yeah, and then at the very end, okay, wait, hold on. Question. I raised my hand. Teacher, I have a question. Lee was standing. No, okay, well, Lee was standing to the side while we were talking to Cove, and then like when we went back downstairs with like and like after talking to Elizabeth and then did like that group hug with our moms and Elizabeth, like Cove and Lee were just standing to the side, A pose. Yeah, but question, yes. Is it possible to date anyone else other than Cove? Is that even possible? Or like, because I know Derek has like a DLC where you can spend more time with him over that summer, but like, but like, what? Not in the base game. Okay, all right, that's what I thought. All right. Then why they put that in there? That makes it so conflicting. Maybe that's why. They knew that you would be uncomfortable. Yeah. So Derek has a little crushy crush. I don't know why I said that. On Mai, right? For reasons unknown because we literally didn't see him throughout the entire through all the moments that we went through. Derek was not there. So oops. So, right? So, but then Derek showed up and he was like, hey, you know, if you, or like, if you end up like not finding, a partner, like, what was it? If you end up like not staying single, like until like after college or something, I don't know, right? Maybe we should just get together, right? As like it's like a pact, a contract, you know, it's just so that we don't die alone. Ha 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 ha. And we were like, I guess. Because we're bad at making decisions. So. Oh, you can date Derek in his DLC. I see. I see. Okay. Cool. Cool. Interesting information that I am now aware of. I think that's it. I think it ended with Cove crawling into a window again. And he was like, hey, I know school starts literally tomorrow, and it's like, well, was the sun setting or was the sun rising? I forgot. But like, you know, somewhere around that time, and he was like, hey, wanna go surfing? And we were like, yes. Yeah. Like, if you don't have anyone to marry, what if we get married? Wouldn't that be kind of funny? It was right when school starts. Oh, okay. God. Alright, so we're moving up the ladder, right? There's 4 steps, so I'm gonna so I'm gonna keep going up. So we were at relaxed fond, and now we're at relaxed crush. Woo! Yeah, let's go, Mai, let's go. And then should we customize Cove? I don't know. Should we customize Cove? I feel... Hold on, let me get the dice out. Or dice, coin, whatever. Up to me. Alright, that means it's up to the coin flip. Heads is yes, tails is no. Okay. Tails said yes. Alright. Alright. Cove! Wow, look at him. He's so much older. It's as if people age or something. Hair. Hair. Oh, okay. So there's a short, medium, long. Choose our flavor. Yes, our flavor of Cove. Honestly, I'm so used to him having this. It looks weird if it's not that. Like if its bangs aren't, you know, like this. It's like, who are you? Cove? Is that you? I can only slightly tell by the wiggly eyebrows. Why does he have glasses again? Who put glasses on him again? Oh no, even if he wore earrings, you can't see it because his hair is too long. Okay, they're like studs. What's earring 2? Is it on this other ear? Oh. Great. Wow. I don't know. Right now he looks fine. I don't really need to change anything on him. Hands. Whoa. Shit, which one was it again? This one. Oh, we can do green, so it matches his hair. I would like the green pants flavor of Cove. This. Oh, okay, so he has an anchor necklace and an anchor shirt. So, you know he's real grounded. Oh, pajama. Okay. Uh. Okay. Swimsuit. Oh boy, blue or pink? Ah, so many flavors. Alright. Oh, it's like the, what is this pattern called? Rocks. No. Turtle shell. No. Turtle shell or dusky, what color is this? Dusky mauve. Okay. When did you get sporty? I thought you were studious. Should I okay. I guess it's fine. Cove can create himself. Cove can choose his own play. Oh. Okay. Do I have to... Question. Do I have to put a content warning? Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout step 3. We'll have to... Okay. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but in our life, trademark, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. What? We've added some flexibility how low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch, and in those situations there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, you won't simply lean over and kiss MC as a greeting or in a moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to pass actually many chances to Cove will also pretty regularly give it. One example would be giving is because he's happy or emotional or something else. Another situation you can choose not to make them first move in order to give Cove space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, Cove can be romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything Middle does, but it means that the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove automatically. Hello, welcome. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high-level initiative make a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in. Parts that are also included in the middle will be seen. Not once you pick your level, it can't be changed later, so keep your full playthrough in mind, when I can read, when deciding. We hope you enjoy whichever initiative option you decide. Wait, I didn't save. You didn't give me a chance to save. I wanna. Oh wait, well I could just. Woo. All right. So all I heard was that high initiative gives me less choices to choose. So I was like, wow, that sounds tempting because I don't want to make decisions. But I don't know. Should I roll a dice? our life playthrough, but by a robot, where the robot rolls a dice every single time for every choice. Yeah. The robot is me. I'm the robot. Yeah. Okay, the dice did say 3 though. I'm not like the dice agreed with me, man. Well, those are the exact reasons. Alright, let's go. Less choices, less decisions. Yeah, just have Cove take initiative, thank you. Alright. Okay. The start of classes ended, the relaxed free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Yeah, he did say that. Sometimes you hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. He still kept in touch over the phone. Kinda lost contact. Oh no! Wait, this is sad, but okay, yeah. No, Derek is a great guy. No. But we kept in contact with Derek! The German kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard of him from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. More summers came and went, like the waves on the shore coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her. Okay. Terry was tight with another girl, who you had known distantly from school for a time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. Oh, nice. It's nice that we have more female friends. Or like female friends as in like with sprites that aren't related to us. And aren't like way over our age like Cove's mom. Anyway. As for your home life, the lasts also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Ayy. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union officially recognized everyone in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people use Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. Oh, okay, right, because we're 18 now, right? Okay, so Lizzie's in college? Oh man, okay. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. That's so nice. Okay. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. He knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. Yeah, that was because of my big brain decision to tell him that his dad paid us $20. Ooh, I love thinking ahead. You need a content where there's one part in one of the moments if you're dating where you can suggest. Oh, okay. I'll just add in like a content warning for suggestive romantic stuff. I don't know. Or wait, actually, where is it? Oh, I have it here. Okay. No, that's not it. Where's my text? Where's my text? Oh, here. Okay. Warnings. Content warning, some suggestive scenes. Not explicit. Okay. Just in case. Yeah. Alright. Okay. And Cove only continued to open to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort to not use phrasing. Oh, nice. Okay, despite Cove's bookish preferences when he'd been younger, his interests had shifted. No longer were the days where he'd spend all day curled up inside. Now, more and more of his time went into athletic activities. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. It landed in athletic, like, like that's just how it was set when I clicked on the thing, and I left it there. I don't know how that's gonna work. I mean, well then again, he did surf. That does make sense. Okay. Things had shifted between you and Cove. You had been friends for years, but the closer you became, the more you felt for him. You didn't view him in a purely platonic way anymore. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. I will. I mean, that was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. Oh yeah, so true. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Oh, wait, I thought, okay. Like, but, like, we get to, like, actually choose if we get to go to college or not, right? It's like Game of Life! One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Oh my god! What? Wait! wait. Oh! Oh, okay, so we call her Liz now? Okay, Liz! Liz! Looks so much older, and wait, but her sprite and the smile, it reminds me of Mom. Mom? Is that you? No, it's Liz. Lizzie Elizabeth. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was off semester for her. They wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. Really are related, right? She watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had been only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Than just Beth. Strangely, even though she'd move away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Vegetarian, vegan, pescatarian. Oh, you generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. Damn, we cook? Wow. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Oh man, well, wait, oh, it's so awkward to see your parents age. Conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were piqued when Mom started on a bit of town gossip.
Uh-huh.
So that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us. Oh, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out that the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. In a chorus of gasps and shocked expressions had all around. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. Shit. Oh. Wait, okay. That's nice of them, then. Have a good summer. Mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. Oh no, grammar. It's a relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. I don't know if they're even doing my thoughts exactly, Liz. Finally, they can piss off. Yeah. Yeah, same, Liz. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked a smile at the joke.
Well?
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. After that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you, engrossed in conversation once more, you continue to chat with your family until the meal is over. Oh. Step 3, third time's charm. Oh my god, I keep right-clicking accidentally. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you, and that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. You were very tall. That's been pretty straightforward. You were tall. Nah, we're still tall. We're not very tall, but we're tall. Hell yeah. That was simply your lot in life. You've always been vertically gifted. Felt great about how you hoped you might still grow more. You wished you had stopped growing earlier. Didn't think about it much. You didn't know what to do. Nah, we're fine. We're great. Tall is good. Your height was something about yourself that you were always quite pleased with. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. I think after the first year or two I had to handle things, but no. Stola glanced at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year 1 of my architecture major was the basics. Oh, I feel serious. I have to actually know some things. Wow, Liz felt. They got rid- Oh wait, they did get rid of their 8 chairs! Yeah, and the coffee table's different. It used to be like a box. Ooh. Wow, when things change, crazy. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. Oh, you can handle it. I think it's really cool you want to be an I think it's cool you want to be an architect. I didn't expect that Liz would go into architecture. I don't know. When we were younger, she was into golf, and I was like, what happened to golf? What happened to golf, Liz? Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth perked into a small smile. You'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyway? You had a solid plan set for a long time. You came to a firm conclusion recently. You had kind of a general idea. You had absolutely no idea. You hadn't even let yourself think about it. I don't know. First of all, okay. If it's any of these 4, that means it's already, like, in my experience, I should have applied to college, like, during my school year. So if this is summer after my senior year of high school, that means I either am already going somewhere or I'm not going, or gap year, or I don't know. Choose more details on the plan. Okay. How put together do we want to be? Nah, we got a plan. This is like right out of high school, right? Nah, we're good. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. This smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through talking. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, graduated top of your class, scored through- oh man. You had to work extremely hard but rewarded with great grades. You have been an average graduate. You struggled to reach your you did very hard. Regardless. Or average. You were going to miss it, and you felt satisfied leaving off. Wish it had gone. Glad it's truly. Just glad it's over. You passed, it was fine, and now you could do whatever you wanted with your time. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
We're a good kid? You're a good kid, Mike. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. After that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces, but put back... You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. Ellipses. You eventually moved on to a new chore. That was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Hey yo, we have a cell phone now? Oh man, we're so cool. As the phone's default ringtone, you use a silly silly novelty song. My phone's ringtone is the same ringtone that Phoenix Wright has in his games, which is the 8-bit version of the Steel Samurai song. But it's been my phone ringtone for so long that I'm now like accustomed to like feeling really anxious whenever I hear it, because it means that I get a phone call, right? But it's ingrained in the sound now, so if I hear it like while playing a Phoenix Wright game, I also get nervous. Like, oh shit, someone's calling me. Oh no, it's just Phoenix's phone. Okay, never mind, it's fine. I messed myself up. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was... Oh man. I get to pick the color? A turquoise? Bro. Turquoise reminds me of someone. Oh no. Torn between choosing turquoise or like purple. Or rose gold, I also really like. But wait, let me see. Is it coin time? Let's do coin time. Where? Oh shit, this dice. Yeah, dice time. Or yeah, my 3-sided coin. So rose gold, purple, turquoise. Okay. It probably won't matter that much, but I mean, I like. What if they mentioned it? Rose gold. Yes. Just a phone. You didn't do anything. Oh no, we had charms, which was the crab keychain. Wait. I gotta... Yeah, the crab keychain. Isn't the crab keychain kind of large though? How? Damn, isn't that kind of bothersome for a phone, like gripping wise, or like if you want to put it in your pocket? But yeah, the crab keychain. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with your finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Crab time. It's crab time with Lee. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi!
Lee! Oh, and okay, it's smaller than I thought. Okay. Oh, the crab. Oh, and we have a smartphone. Oh, wow. Oh, I mean, that does make sense. Wait, so it was 2006 when we were 8, and now we're 18. So it's 2016 now. Whoa, time. Wow. Anyway, and nothing else happened in 2016. Hey, Mai. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome. Then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing chores. Of course, who wouldn't? She giggled. You can hear the jangling in the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You were off from your part-time job, you hadn't started working, so you couldn't... Peace sign. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes in the workforce as of late, It made keeping in touch frequently more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
Well, that's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? It was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. The two of you were close, that's all you can think. He was your best friend, BF, yeah. At least you hadn't admitted you felt more than that just yet. Important friend, but you secretly hope he'd tell you more than so you had yeah, nah, we're emotionally constipated, okay? Someone you thought someday he'd know exactly how much he really meant to you. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, in the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still, your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he had taken to visit her. Almost every year he had to go away for a while. Back. Made you sad and lonely? You never minded it. Kind of nice to have breaks. You were. It's just shitty. It upset you. Choice is hard. Oh, we're emotionally constipated. Sent him letters the entire time he was away. Your mom's helped ship out care packages. Oh wait, that's cute. You gave him special treasures to take. Oh, that's also cute. You kept an eye on his house for him while there. You were incapable of doing anything. You just lied on the ground. Woke up in the morning, ate paste, went to the bathroom, and just stayed there. Sent him letters entire. I like the care package idea. It was always full of really great stuff. He sent you regular letters in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state, too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear about his plans. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well?
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you were working on before the call came. Oh wow! Liz! Liz, your hair is like really thick. What kind of genetics? Man, I wish I had some of that. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city? Oh, she has a hat. Oh yeah, and she has a hat indoors. Nice. That sounds great.
Good.
Good, I'm driving. It was obvious you didn't know how to drive. However, I know how to drive. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. I know how to. I don't mind driving, but it's like, if I don't have to drive, like I won't. If someone else is offering, then like yeah, go ahead. Look at your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from you. You had money saved up from gifts you received. You still had the $20 Cove stacking. Do we still have? What happened to the $20? After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at and radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you have always done for each other. So nice. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time... Oh. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills are still the ones you've gotten new things. Nah, we're still a nerd. When turning the corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation to Cove, get a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when she came. Really pitch. We can get a gift. What? Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You'd keep an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already. Eventually the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Oh wow, the city of California City. I don't know. I don't know cityscapes. The only California city I can think of is LA and San Fran, but I don't know if we're anywhere near there. I don't know California. It's just California City to me. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more...
And then your sister abruptly stopped speaking, walking, right in the middle of the path. Oh, right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? California? Yes. The city, California. The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had a hold. Before you can puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner. What?
Wait, don't draw attention, but look.
What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey!
Look!
You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there?
Doesn't one of them seem familiar?
The blur! She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Oh! It's wait, was it Shiloh or Shiloh? Shiloh! You're alive! You're here! Amongst a collection of strangers with brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people and... What if I'm wrong? You thought he died? Okay, it's a expression. You know, I didn't mean it literally. He did disappear. What was I supposed to think? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question.
I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. I keep an eye out to see if he looks.
Liz, can't you just try talking to him normally? I'm not doing that. It's a terrible plan. Why'd I have to be the one who watches? Let's try it. Fine. You didn't even know how... Liz, I don't know. This seems like a plan I would have come up when I was 13 years old. I mean, usually when I see someone in public, I just pretend I don't see them. But this is not me. This is Mai. So Mai, who is better at socializing for the sake of gameplay, would say, can't you just try talking to him normally? Likely without even hearing what she said, Liz put her plan into action. Okay, cool. Free will is an illusion. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way, and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a super awkward moment, you could only stand there as the tension in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became alerted to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up, away from her face, while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet, without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with, and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. Yay! Oh. He's still kind of short. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you. I forgot, wait, is Liz... How old is Shiloh in comparison to us? Is Shiloh the same age as us? Or the same age as Liz? But... Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Hi, I like your hat.
Just that simple greeting had Liz laugh, giggling.
Hey.
Hello, I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Mai. We were all friends when we were little kids.
She was a year younger than us, so he's... Oh, he's a year younger. Okay, cool. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate.
I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person.
You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred.
It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genially you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear, which it's getting harder and harder to speak. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why his hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay?
If a stranger ever does this to you, run away. An uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Oh, his name is Shiloh. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Oh, he's on a field trip. Okay. That explains. If he's 17 here, yeah, field trip. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. Who? He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ditch.
Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to an explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently.
They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding.
Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you! Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself, the tone he spoke with was pained.
Sorry.
You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister, or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, is that it? Stranger spoke in a dismissive, scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated himself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. Huh? If you two had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road, it's rude.
Excuse me?
Oh man.
Excuse me? We're the rude ones? That high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense.
Nate, that's really mean.
Nate, it's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Sheila would follow behind.
Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh?
Sorry.
Why can't they just try to get along? It's not that hard. Don't worry though, I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't talk to you. I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye!
Bye!
And that was it. His final parting words given, Sheila left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with one breath.
I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday was October 30th. That would have proved it, but no.
It's the most awkward thing ever. I mean, like, if Shiloh only came over for one summer and he's now 17, that's 1 year. Well, he was also, like, super young too, right? 1 year out of 17 years. And it wasn't even a full year, it was just a couple months. And not even all the days of that month, just a couple days of that month. Like, probably forgot. Sorry, Liz. Well, Sheila grew up to be dumb. Ayo. You are left feeling equally deflated. Whoever Nate is, he sucks. Damn. Well, damn. You had no other words for what had just unfolded. Wanna go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childishly.
I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. That he's, you know, like, still alive and stuff. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he got.
She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy. So, maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and that's not usually how.
Right?
True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Sheila.
Have a good life. Bye, Sheila. So awkward. Sheila was around a lot before. Oh, wait, really? Shit. Oh, okay. Damn, that is awkward. Just like childhood friends you grow apart from. Damn. Estranged childhood friends. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her.
Come on, kid. Let's finish our own trip.
No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out.
I'll be heading up to your room, I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was at the door.
Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject, first taking over her bigger room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hadn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Let it go, Liz. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up.
I had no choice.
A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister.
You better believe You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit.
You can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. Sure. Yeah.
Your sarcasm won't save you there. I'm taking that as an agreement.
You flashed her familiar again, and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to your spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. What? Design my room? I get to design my room? Oh. Purple. Ooh. Customization. Blue, green. I like this one with the blue shells and the yellow. Yes. Extras? Ah, yes. Put those trophies there. No. Let's just add shit. Ooh, jellyfish. Oh, fairy lights? Oh my god. Oh my god. Fairy lights. I never got fairy lights, but I always wanted fairy lights. Floor. Volleyball. Telescope. Maybe a telescope. I like, I don't know what this is on the side here. There's like, you see my cursor? Yes, you can. There's like this, it looks like Pokemon badges. Yeah. Okay. Wait, hold on. I actually kind of want to see what other extras there are. Oh, a laundry basket? Book. Oh, it's the same. Oh, because the room itself is, yeah. Ooh. Space poster? Plant? Ooh, okay. Green. It's all the same. Oh, these are also the same. Oh, purple, flowers, and yeah. All right, go back to how. Yeah, yeah. Blue and yellow is a good color combination. Or like yellow with like darker blue. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind. All you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. Then, when you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar. He's back! He's in our window again! Wow, it's Cove Holden? What the hell? Hello, police? I would like to, report a breaking and entering. Huh? Oh, man. Guys? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how you had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and begin to explain.
So...
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. But this is like the other room. Like, because we changed room. He crawled in our window, the other window before, but this is like a different room. So he crawled up the other side. Is our house really that easy to climb? A small smile had formed on his face. You're still You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. Left my bags in your backyard. It's alright. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first point of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. Read this again. What a loser! Laughingly, yeah, Cove, get a hobby. The delight bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. You're too crazy. Aw. I don't know. Choices are so hard. Words are weird. Just roll the dice again. No, but I need to be independent, make my own choices. No, I'm gonna roll a dice. Okay. Yeah, you're crazy. Yeah. Oh, hair. Cove didn't resist as you rubbed his head, tossing his soft green hair between your fingers, though he did manage to sigh as he avoided your gaze. Even though he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning wildly, his raised cheeks burying his hands, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Cove is now gonna have like the same voice as me. I don't know if I can go lower. Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about how his trip back home had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
his voice kind of still sounds the same. I'll only get my stuff and see that. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. You come with me? Yeah, sure.
cool.
Cool. Both began to head to your bedroom door. And... No! What is this option? Why'd you give me this option? Oh, thank you for following. My streaming Twitter, yeah, it kept fluctuating between 110 and 111. Thank you. Hopefully it stays now. I don't know. It's probably because there's like a lot of bots that follow. Yeah. But what can you do? Thank you. Yeah, let's mess with Cove. It was just a normal thing. Yeah, it's the normal thing to bully Cove. Cove! He paused, turning to face you. Not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it was held such appeal for you.
Alright.
Okay. He crouched down just enough for you to hop on his back in a practice move. Thank you, yeah. Don't worry. Yeah.
As there wasn't much of a difference in height between you, he didn't need to bend down much at all. And with how often you've done it, there was no trouble in climbing aboard the Cove Express. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone's shoulders.
Over his shoulders? Ayo, how tall are— what? We're two 18 years— I can't say kids, can I? We're still kind of kids. We're two kids in a trench coat, but without the trench coat.
Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of the house. Where's gonna be in the way? Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down to let you slide safely off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left you. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal a smile. He toyed with the collar of his top.
Really?
Really? I mean, you didn't have to do it. You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. The gift you chose had been something you could buy.
Oh, gift. Okay, how about— well, we didn't find anything at the mall, but we had something already prepared. It was the orange shell, the $20 bill. Oh my god. I was thinking about the orange shell, but like, I didn't realize this was an option. Here, $20 from your dad. I kept it for 18, I mean not 18 years, but like 10 years. Wait, but the $20 bill is really funny. I'll scroll back. A grin spread across your face as you rushed upstairs to fetch the gift. Back in your room, you dug out the old $20 bill Mr. Holden had given you so many years ago. It was soft, the paper having long given up resistance as it was crinkled, folded, and smoothed back again. If you spent it and brought it back into circulation, it would have been destroyed and replaced long ago. You're glad it had been spared that fate. Oh my god. Having collected your one-of-a-kind gift, you headed back downstairs. Cove looked at you with eager curiosity as he approached. You held up the bill with both hands. Cove smirked, his nostrils flaring, as he issued a snort of laughter, though his eyes were rueful. His relationship with his dad had improved over the years, but Mr. Holden had never lived this incident down. Giving someone cash as a graduation gift has never made more sense, huh? You shook your head. He didn't understand. This isn't just a 20, it's the 20. The 20? He raised an eyebrow as he echoed your words, still not understanding. He gasped. You knew then that he realized what it was you were holding.
That's...
The one from the deal? My dad? Despite the broken sentences, you knew what he was asking.
That's the one.
Never spent it. His mouth hung open. No further words came out. You stared stunned at the note in your hand. I was just a kid and didn't really get it, so I took the money from your dad wanted to give me. But even then, I couldn't find anything that felt right to spend it on. It was too important. That feeling never went away. There was never anything worth giving it up for. Except for you. Except for you! Cove's eyes were shining. Just getting to know you was the only reward I needed, so I wanted you to have it. Never mind. I'll stick with this. This is kinda cute. He continued to hold the note out towards him. Cove finally collected his jaw, a delicate smile lighting up his face. He cautiously reached out and accepted the bill from your hand. Shut up, Mike. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to your face once he assured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbled as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him.
When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove, you alright, bud?
My.
I don't know what to do. He forcibly scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place.
I.
Oh. Are you okay, Cove? I like how, like, I don't know, maybe it's the options for, you know, the flavor of Cove, but like Cove has just always been really easy to cry. It's like, I thought, like, because, you know, as you get older, you cry less, assumingly. But, like, you know, like, but it's nice that Cove cries a lot. Like, I don't say that from a weird perspective, but, like, as in, like, he's not emotionally constipated, that's nice. Need to cry? No. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck. He shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're such a crybaby. Yeah. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. He smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. When did Mai get so smooth? Damn, Mai! That's like twice in a row. I'm like, wow, Mai! With the smooth words. Wow. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Crybaby. Yes. 'Cause we can't express pure, genuine emotions, so we try to make things laugh. Funny. Yes. Words. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. Oh, I meant to tell you earlier. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh. Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his finger. Oh, he was the freckled boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved. I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. Cove isn't— yes, exact. Cove isn't emotionally constipated, but we are. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. It's, no. Too bad I missed it. You knew him better than me. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Sheila's up to these days. I don't have an idea. He didn't say much.
Oh.
That was everything you had on the news. That news item. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? You're not coming. They didn't rent a condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. See that coming. People being gone, people coming back. Feels like I missed out on a lot. It's been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. That's something. And I don't know why his voice got... I don't know. Well, we'll just deal with it. We better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of the journey. No, we don't walk anymore. Cove just carries us. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already an end. The dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. Oh right, Miranda and Terry are high school friends? It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Why walk when Cove is there? Exactly.
Having a nice day, Dream?
Mom's voice gets more and more like a granny every day. You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasy smile.
Alright. So, what's on the agenda today?
I'm meeting up with some people.
Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into much trouble.
She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
Before you go gallivanting around town, you could- oh, that's Mom.
But before you go gallivanting around town, you could bring the mail- oh, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here.
Alright.
Thanks very much.
Trouble? Oh hey, Dad! Oh, Cove's dad. Oh, yes, because we're a troublemaker. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing outside. Oh, standing around in the door. They noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey there, Mike. Hey there, Mike. Hey, good timing. You should come join us. Waved at him. You hugged him. Gave him a high five. Noogie ruffled his hair. Oh. High five. Biting his bottom lip, Cove lightly slapped your hand. Blush deepened as your mouth curled into a grin. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. So, what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in a town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see if the new neighbors are like. Oh, see what the new neighbors are like. It's definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, my voice is not good for that. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. And his son has green hair and red glasses. Been here so long, if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. Or this one. Yeah, maybe it's a single dad and his son with green hairs and wavy eyebrows. Cove snorted some airy laughter at the suggestion.
Oh?
You think we'll have some competition? For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was still chuckling when he put his hands on his hips and tried to compose himself.
Nah.
Absolutely not. We're the #1 father-son duo in this town, and no one's changing that. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. No sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Oh, really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. It works! He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world.
Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, well that's... Oh god, every day I get harder and harder to do it. Their guy voice. With that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. Mr. Holden. You really like Mr. Holden, Mr. Holden's favorite people. Cove's dad was kind of funny, he had mixed feelings. No, he's good now. Right? Yeah. We love character progression. Had for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking for it. Guess I'll be around the street for a while. See you later, bye. Yeah. Curiosity at the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait couldn't be too much longer. Besides, you couldn't just leave Cove. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you for a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixed on you, just as firmly. He was serious. No worries, see you. If you're curious, the VOD will still be up afterwards, so... You're my true ally in this world. And I got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. Oh, you're lucky to have me. No problem, I can't help myself, you laughed. You shook your head. Please shrug. Yeah, you're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most luckiest guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration, or that... Oh wait. Cove was laughing at your declaration, or that moment you momentarily forget the word luckiest. I don't know. Either way, you didn't mind. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then, he let you go. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his eyes. Watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new attendants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Both's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be done, right? This has to be done, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected, in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. A single occupant exited the cab. Only one guy? Huh? You can feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected. What? Zebra man? What? This freaking guy. Dude, just from the expression on his face, I'm like, oh man, already I don't like him. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. Alright. Oh my god. He has a mole on his neck, which is kind of cool, interesting aesthetic. The shirt is cool too, but I don't know about the hair. I don't know about the zebra hair. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressing fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. Zebra boy.
zebra plus like this like what is this called? Like the hooded eyes? Or you know when like the eyes only open like kind of halfway and like I don't know what this is. Like hooded eyes, right? That's what it is. I don't know. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in electric black white. Oh, I read that. Even his side-sweeping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, give him a voice. Hello? Hello, folks? Who might you be? Hello, folks. Who might you be? Hello, 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 folks. Hello, folks. Hello, folks. We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression that it meant something adverse. Hallelujah? Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click, he shut the door aside. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprising black suitcase out of the trunk. Imagine his suitcase was like bright pink, and you're like, oh! Continuing on with his own business, he strode forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped in a tip during the brief chat. They both shook hands, and then he pushed himself away. Oh, he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. Oh my gosh. Wait. Okay, I don't... Is this guy moving into, like, where... At least he tips. Where the old people used to live? Is that what's happening? What if, like, because my conspiracy theory was like, oh man, what if he, like... What if he was, like, their grandson or something? I'm like, damn, nepotism. But nah. Okay, no assumptions. Zebra boy, yes. Oh, he has rings on his fingers. Wow. And ripped jeans? Wow, he's cool. Also, it's ripped, like, cause... What, like... First, okay, so jeans are usually ripped like this, right? Where it's like a hole on the front thigh or something. What's up with the side rips? What is this? What is this? This can easily, like, you could just go take a pair of scissors, go snip snip, and you have shorts. Like, or like if you pull too hard, you'll have shorts. Like, I don't know. Okay. But enough about Zebra Boy and his fashion. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. He got attacked by a zebra. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
Baxter? Excellent. Oh my god. Baxter? I know a crab named Baxter. I'm Baxter Word. It's excellent to meet. No. No, why is the bot here again? Oh my god. I don't... Am I just banning the bot wrong? Oh wait, it didn't get into the stream chat. Okay. Okay, there we go. Or it's just a new bot every time. Okay, anyway. And Baxter Word. It's an excellent to meet you. That's not a good. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You're standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Low five. Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige your greeting of choice. Hi, Baxter. I'm Mai. Hey, Mai. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. You are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove for a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that your nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. Can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Oh, that's gorgeous.
What?
What? It's really not. I agree, it's just, hey, only I get to fluster him. That's funny. Gotta flip a coin again. Hey, only I get to fluster him! My voice cracked in a wrong way. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that? It was my intention. Baxter grinned welcomingly. The entire conversation brought a burning red blush to Cove's face. He couldn't make eye contact with either of you. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. Sorry. What? I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I wasn't intending to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. Patiently against stepping on it. And I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words. You noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know that he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. He's a ballroom dancer? Huh? I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. Not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Well.
He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. Well, thanks. I'll pass, I think. Yeah. It's fine. In another life, Baxter. In another life. So awkward. Baxter nodded understandingly and let the subject go. After that, there was a lull in the conversation and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh yes, well my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I was off for a semester from college, not living indoors. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but luckily for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Ayo? Hope was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? Oh, no, that's Cove. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. Don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself. When I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling? What? Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, this isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, I would be fussed if that's what my words led to. Also, no. What? What? Baxter, you're an only child, right? You give off that vibe. I am flexible. Not a surprise, hmm? I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention. But I would like to be friends if we can. Wolf wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. Uninterested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other. You probably annoy a lot of people. It's probably best if I don't say anything. Baxter looked at you and smiled apologetically. I'll keep it in check. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You're both waiting to see who's gonna move. Should we tell him? I don't know. Either tell him or laugh in a conspiratorial way. Yeah, we were planning your demise. Baxter looked at you curiously. He didn't understand your response, but he chose not to question it and smiled politely instead. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today. Bye. Both gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm gonna I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. Looking forward to seeing more of him besides. I don't know. Honestly, you didn't know if you could ever, or if you would ever come to a conclusion about him. Baxter was just so different. I mean, his name was Baxter, first of all. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all the thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards the town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. It was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small, amused voice from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. Can't believe you still have that. Yes, I do. I love it. Shouldn't be surprised if someone was crazy enough to get it for me, so I might as well use it. Yeah, we're emotionally constipated. You grinned, looking at the keychain fondly. He laughed, remembering the day he bought it for you.
it's nice.
How'd you actually like it? He looked back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me $6. That's like $30 in kids' money. His matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. It took several moments to compose yourself enough to speak. Didn't realize that was the going rate. It was then. Probably be more now. I can't believe inflation happens. Well, never mind. So you're trying to say that you were a big spender? In kid money, yes. It's definitely a high roller, remember? That had you both bursting fits. Smiling, you refocused on the task at hand. You opened a new text from Miranda, and all you saw was "I can see you." Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you, huh? Come on. Really, Randy? Oh no, these are choices. I was like, I thought I thought this was our text to Miranda. And that was just like, okay. Oh, okay. See you looking. Where are you? Message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement in your faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eye. Miranda, come on out! Yeah, we're gonna embarrass Miranda. Miranda! Cove jumped a bit at your sudden outburst. He raised an eyebrow and looked at you carefully. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways, and then rushed across the empty street. Jaywalking? Miranda! Hi! Hi!
Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Terry! Hey buddies? Hey buddy. Hey buddies? Hey buddies. Hi. 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 I thought you both knew better than to jaywalk. Stop reading my mind. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it was still illegal. They took matching tones with an apology. Oh no, I didn't mean it seriously. Okay. Hi. You were happy to see your friends. Their little tease on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Harry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here! It's been so long! Oh, I should probably... Here?
What took you?
He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually she let him go. Harry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile.
Welcome back.
Oh god. Thanks. Finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So?
Cove? Harry poked Cove square in the chest.
You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything. I can tell you I was busy with Orca activities.
When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic interest, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. Oh man. Do we join? Sure. We need to do something other than play video games and not talk to people.
Big Smash event for the year is coming up, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not that much to do. Oh, there was not that much more to do before then. But I'm kinda looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off.
If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, you'll still look good on a college application at least.
That's true.
Hey, hey! Guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go! I would like a meal now.
Breaking up, Cove nodded and yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-way street was dark and silent. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride. No. I feel like I'm overdoing the piggyback thing. along. With every step, you knew that your feet were going to be sore well into tomorrow. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes, you wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you didn't hear his voice call all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. Feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed and they're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true, the things that kept people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted to go to school for part-time or full. I gotta go to school, man. I can't. I can't not go to school. It just doesn't sit right with me. You gotta go to school full-time to go to work full-time. To work full-time? What? Wait. What does that even mean? I wanted to go to school full-time, work full-time? To focus on time that's not school or work. Yeah, that's about right. You wanted to go to school full-time, work full-time, and then stop doing both. For your career, you thought you'd find a company to work at, work online, do contract for your own business. We're just a run-of-the-mill, find a company to work at. Work online, do contract. Oh, find a company to work at. For your education, you thought you'd community, public, private. Public? That was all. For yourself, you wanted to work on self-improvement. Just take some time to relax. Self-improvement. And maybe relax. For that, you wanted to stay local, go to a different part of the state, get out, go abroad. Travel around to different... Fuck. I don't know. I'm fine staying. Though there's a whole conversation of like, but your options, you know, you go somewhere else, you have bigger options. It's fine. We're in California, you know? California is a large state. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be okay. Probably. I'll be happening so soon. You already applied to schools and jobs. You already applied to schools. Already applied to schools. You opened about your situation to everyone knew. You only spoke about his family and closely like Clove. That's all it's to yourself. Clove was the only person who knew. Huh? I mean, I apply to schools, I'm gonna tell people. Because having people look over your application is helpful.
God, Chi, you're such a...
Okay. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street, Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, you're planning on relaxing for a while and stuff in Sunset Bird? Yeah.
Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head.
I mean...
I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm gonna stay here. He's in Sunset Bird. Probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing volunteer stuff, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall, or next year. Maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on. It's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else had set. Just can't do it. Damn, Cove, why are you so mature? His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on.
I guess.
Guess it'll just be me and you right here for a while longer. His eyes were glossy. You weren't gonna be separated, and that meant a very good deal for him. Your plan sounds very you. Cove grinned. He looked relieved that you understood. So too. I'll see you tomorrow. Why? Shit, I said your name wrong. See you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could. Despite always having him. Really? The game really is big.
Good night.
Night. Finally let go, giving you another smile. Bye, Cove. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? You hoped for countless more times. And finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Yes, the most out of every moment. Paying errands, talks, charity drive. Okay, let me... Cause... Wow. Love drive. Too bad it's gonna be at the end. I'm going this way. Hang. Moments. Time for... Wow, hanging? Hanging out? By the way, my mom keeps telling me that I did this, but I swear I never did. But she's like, yeah, remember when you told me that I can no longer refer to you and your friends having a play date? You were, quote, hanging out? And that was now the cool thing? And I'm like, Mom, I had never made this distinction. Like, no, it's not a play date. You're hanging out. Yeah. You grabbed a large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. The stars had aligned and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find enough time to hit the beach. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Oh my god, you just walked in here like that? Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He showed up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. Seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere, yet it disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. Let's go in your underwear. I got a new one. What happened to all your other swimsuits? You don't have to wear a swimsuit. Like your old sand pail. Loser probably climbed through the window like that. Cove. Cove, you're gonna catch a cold. Oh wait, no, it's that one meme with that, like, the person buttoning up the shirt. It's like, sweetie, you're gonna catch a cold.
Okay. Yeah. You totally just didn't lose your stuff again.
Seriously?
Very funny, Maya. That was different. And I was 8! Anyway, I didn't know why I was in the bathroom. Anyway, I don't know why I was in the bathroom when I ever put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. He walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Your height had complicated shopping a little. Not all suits were made to properly fit people like you. And then for the shape of your body... Oh, thank God there's a generally medium. I was losing it last time because there wasn't no generally medium. I'm like, I want to just be medium. Yeah. Before, I was like, I had a body, but like they didn't give me the option to just choose average so that it could just be like less specific. Oh, thank God we can be medium. And your body was soft like mashed potato. Your body was delicate. Yeah, every time I kneel down, I get bruises. I don't think we have any muscles. What with us just playing video games all day? Make it till you make it. Okay. The coin said our body was mashed potatoes. There's a smooth feel to your build, without any hard muscle even if you flexed. You had lost some weight and were lighter than when you were younger. You had to buy smaller clothing than what you used to wear.
Are you okay?
Alright. Oh yeah, I was just thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. His eyebrow rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. No, can I stop considering my identity? Oh no. Wait, identity? This is why I have a dice to roll. For situations like these, where I can avoid having a personal identity crisis. Yeah. Yeah! You had no questions about that part. Oh, well, I mean, we've been they for this entire time, so. And? You had small bobs. Oh, but we removed them. Maybe genetics blessed us, and we just didn't have to remove. They were noticeable enough to appear on your silhouette, and that was about it. I like the size they had, and I wish they were smaller, I might get a reduction. So many choices! I can't do this! Here. You're okay with your binder for now, but it might not be a permanent measure. Besides that, you went through hormone thing. Hormone thing. Where's my dice? Eighteen or so save pages. Yeah, if it'd be like that. I mean, it does change the outcome, but like not enough, right? Like it's just like different things. They remember different things, like the crab or knee. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image.
Confident, comfortable, contented. Just so that we don't have to, yeah, we're chill. Just less thoughts, head empty. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content. You had pretty much always felt good in your body. It was that way. It was that way through your main growing years. And now that you were an adult, you didn't see them change any. Sorry. Now that you were an adult, you didn't see that changing anytime soon. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? Yes, surgery. Roll my dice. Dice says 2. You like the way I look, right? You looked at Cove expectantly. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you easily. Fishing for compliments, Mai? You look great. Everyone knows that, including you, by the way. Unless that's changed. So what if I wanted you to compliment me? You still should. I'm waiting. I said you look great. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to try to unsubtly cover his smile. Guess I was kind of worried you were, I was kind of worried you were so in your own head because something was wrong. Guess not. Glad.
Hey.
Knee the fish. Knee the fish. Do fish have knees? No, but Knee the fish is going to have knees. So that Knee the fish feels comfortable in their body. Hey Mai. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly shapely today. He answered not with words, but with a solid okay sign with both hands, and gave in the same cheeky smile. Cove suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he complimented. He stood by it, even if he was red. The more you know! A fish getting arthritis. You were a little taken aback. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. Like that? Yeah? Yeah. Started to flex and show off jokingly. Yeah. You posed dramatically. You showed off your guns, fighting laughter. First the right, then the left. Then you flexed both your arms and widened your stance in a stereotypical strong pose. Cove turned bright red and jumped to his feet. His towel dropped to the ground as he practically flew over to you. He looked at your arms and then tried to gently nudge them back down. Yeah, you can stop now, really. He laughed nervously and flailed a little. You took pity on him and stopped displaying yourself. You'd gotten the reaction you wanted. He retreated back to sitting on the windowsill and retrieved his towel, head hung low to try hiding his expression. Finally, you felt that was enough. Of the topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. Yes, let's go, wetsuit! Like, yeah. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think there was anything else you sunglasses, hat, shawl. Regular shirt, close swimsuit cover up, goggles. Wetsuit plus
Hat. We're not getting tan at all. It's our countermeasure for not wearing sunscreen. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked at the cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the walls as he waited. I mean, the singular wall, not both walls. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. I need a change. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Cove lowered himself off the window and strolled past you to get to the door. Oh, I thought off the window, I mean, as in like out the window. I was like, dang. Cove, crawl. You can go out the front door, you don't have to climb up the side of the house again. He lightly brushed his finger against your cheek when he passed by.
Bye.
See you out front.
Okay. When you were alone, you got underdressed. Oh, I mean, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and then walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffling his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked at you and smiled. Yes, I'm underdressed in a wetsuit. Hey.
Hi. Anna and Terry are going to be here in not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying that she was mostly on schedule.
Well,
Why don't we head to the beach and wait for them there? Both ready?
It sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't too long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect.
so?
You feel like heading into the water? Or maybe just walk down the shore? Or would you like to do something here?
Feet in water. You wiggled your toes in response to the comment and looked off into the shoreline. Cove nodded, accepting the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absent-mindedly.
Yeah, sounds nice.
You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. I will have a lot of fun watching Cove swim. Have a nice rest of your day, night. Thanks for dropping by. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric, and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. Nodded agreeing, cheered, waved, laughed. Oh my god. Yeah, woo! Hey! The two officially arrived at Cove's and your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go.
Hey Terry, Amanda.
Or Amanda? Who's Amanda?
Hey Terry, Miranda. Welcome to our beach.
Hey!
Hi! Hello, hello! She beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile.
Oh yeah!
Man, am I so pumped!
Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out.
What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove? Mai? Have we missed things? Cove blinked, then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. Shrugged like Cove. Yeah. Terry tilted her head. She then turned on Miranda with a grin.
Then, What about you? Anything you want to say, Randy?
Miranda looked back and forth between you and Cove. Then, with a small evil smirk, she too shrugged.
Oh, come on! Someone's gotta answer.
Miranda burst out giggling and Cove snorted. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke.
Don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back.
What? Oh, you know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on the way here, and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. You feel pleased that Cove remembered what he wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed and the group moved between different activities, some low-key and more exhaustive. Some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable, even behind your eyelids. Oh hey, it's Cove. Who else would have it been? You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Hey. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in. And you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eye while still sipping some water. Yeah, sipping is correct. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. I wondered if he was gonna sigh again, even more dramatic if he didn't say anything. Oh, Cove, whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be okay. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. You gestured at Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. That got a quick chuckle out of him, but he quickly hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue his next side, and you waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting, he continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole. Really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had accepted. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is the perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast, and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now. Or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though the result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. Not like this is the only beach in the world. He pretended to be shocked and disappointed. What? Mermaids aren't real? You looked at him and tried to get fake tears to start welling up in your eyes. I can't believe it. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a mer person did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a
I don't know. Doleful expression.
I could have lost my best friend to the magical underwater world.
Underworld. Underworld. Oh yeah, I totally go live under the sea with the merfolk if I had a chance to stay on the shore with you. Oh, only if you could come with us too. Hope grinned. He hadn't expected that answer.
You're a nice person. You're a nice person, Mai. What if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land?
He gave him a look. You meant what you had said. It only work if the offer was for both of you.
You sure that's the right call? A beautiful, kind mer person falls for somebody. Pretty positive that the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with a normal guy.
Is this a metaphor? Am I witnessing a metaphor? Are you warning me that you'd leave me if you got that kind of offer? Why are you so sure I have to make that call? It's all hypothetical. Why not have you be the mer person? I don't want that. I should be the mer creature, and then I'd invite you to the underwater world. Where's my dice? Yeah. Hope turned his face to beam at you. He brightened immediately.
While we're talking, I'd be a good merman, right?
I can see it. Hope's gaze was drawn back to the water with shining eyes. He was clearly imagining some world where he was a merman who happened upon you here at the beach. He tried to picture what he could be thinking. It would be quite a lovely story. It'd be a good AU. Whip, where's the fanfic? And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically.
We're gonna have to start over on that part. You just want to give up on this now?
No way.
No way, the burial must continue. Try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this.
Miranda started to rebury her, then Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up.
Seems like we're needed.
You agreed and followed them over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be in. Terry grinned massively and Miranda offered high five. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid... The Kool-Aid man? She kicked herself out... Oh, no, okay, no, that's not what they built. I thought they shaped the sand into the Kool-Aid man, and like Terry's head was peeking out from the opening of the Kool-Aid man jug. I don't know the words. And I was like, are you serious? This is just a giant Kool-Aid man? Oh, no. It's a metaphor. She kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Wow, just like Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water, drinkable water anyway. It was decided that you head to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road.
What's next? I don't have anywhere else to go, so it can be whatever.
Same. I guess we can keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her thighs.
Don't sound too sure there, Cove.
By this point, you could see your house.
It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. People hungry? Hungry? Oh, unearthed things for flies. Shit. I don't know, maybe she had a grip on her thighs. You know, just like when you're tired from running and you gotta grip your thighs for a sec. It happens. Especially for those of us who stay inside and play video games all day. She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip in thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Harry considered it, then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sure. Sounds great to me. I could definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove in his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no! She cut in and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad.
Nope.
Well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Harry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it with a triumph for a brief moment of celebration.
I'm on it.
I'll search for something good. Mary got back on her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But... She assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet. Having not even registered it prior, he chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. You looked towards yours. Does it change as well? I said. Yeah, let's change. You feel like you'd be more comfortable in something more streetwear than beachwear. You inclined your head over to the side. I'm gonna go change too.
Sure.
Go for it, we'll wait. Miranda nodded with a smile. Wow, the upsides of just living close to the beach. You can just go back in your house and change. You ran into your house. No one was home, so you just rushed up to your room and dropped off your beach stuff on your bed. I mean, we didn't actually swim, I think. Oh. Yeah. You didn't want to take too long, so you just put on a couple things you just put on a couple things over top. You brushed off a bit of sand and thought you looked presentable. With that, you sped back outside. Hope was already there and gathered around Terry's phone with him. He opted to just add a shirt and shoes, apparently putting in the minimum effort for service. Logan.
Hey.
You don't really want ice cream, do you? You didn't have a chance to answer. She kept barreling through with her words. Because I'm not into that right now.
That's cool.
Don't mind her. You look nice, by the way. Harry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into her face. It seemed like a cute shop. Didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes and well-applied toppings.
Huh.
Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. He nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'll go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Terry cheered at the success of a plan made, and you all walked over to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. You wrote "wash me" in dirt on his car? No! Okay. I mean, I know we're a bully, but not that much. Harry leaned back against the car door as the group stood by for his return. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun! He climbed into the passenger seat without hesitation. He didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Harry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove into the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once, and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn. But with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. Yeah, remember when you had like a separate GPS for stuff? And not like... Actually, well, I don't know, maybe it is Google Maps. But now it's just Google Maps. Dude, I would not be- I don't know where anything is without Google Maps. My whole life is Google Maps. You were led into a small stall in a parking lot, rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the crepier's interior, and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. Shh. There was a window that you could walk up to, and one of the cars to drive up, and one for cars to drive up to. Oh, Cole? Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
You not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. Trust some people, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Oh wow, this is a flat as fuck area. Wow, parking lot. There's 0 cars here. What? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Harry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently they're a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally, it was so good, but I regretted it so much I couldn't finish it and I really tried. You can do it this time, Randy. Ooh. There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes, many crepes. However, the stall also had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes.
Woo!
Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda had high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made, and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at them. Let's just get a crepe. I'd like a crepe, please. There's a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepe, oh boy. Itself? Strawberry? Filling and toppings? Strawberry. And that was all. Strawberry and inside is strawberries. Yeah, that sounds about right. You paid and stepped outside to let your friends order. Both got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top and mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Harry went crazy with toppings, although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The 4 of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I think yours sounds tasty, Mai. Strawberries on top of strawberries? What a genius invention. Thanks. Order for Mai! Oh, I gotta get that. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Harry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Harry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frappe over to her with a grin. Harry sipped it and clearly loved it. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted topping piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Harry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. Strawberry with strawberry. They had both gotten one thing, probably because they knew that they'd end up sharing. Oh, hey.
Cove, do you want to share art? Cove, do you want to taste of strawberry on top of strawberry? His face lit up with excitement, and he passed you his crepe.
Of course.
You exchanged treats and took a chomp on the lemon crepe. It was light, and with the sourness from the lemon and sweetness from the syrupy berry mix. The smoothie was finely blended with the occasional chunk of strawberry. Cove seemed to enjoy the taste, and Cove seemed to enjoy his taste, and then you swapped back. He smiled as he took a loud sip from his smoothie. Thanks, you always get good stuff. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then, without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. Cove? Carrie tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove.
So?
Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on with the crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frappe than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you were about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. The grocery store named the grocery store. No more, we're leaving, Sunset Bird. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping their frappe.
Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny the town really is.
Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kinda is, huh? It didn't really feel that small when we were growing up.
Definitely get bigger. Definitely felt bigger. Seemed like there wasn't much here. There was a time when Sunset Bird had felt huge. It seemed like endless as the ocean. There was also some street that there was always some street that you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. But now you had realized it was just a pond in this big world. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease.
Guess this means that we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. We're not the only one, Terry. There's four of us.
Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge that bad joke. She decided to ignore it.
It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out in that direction.
And if we did keep going forward, it'd have been a longer trip home. He stared off into the stretch of road, and Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further.
Can we just take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink.
Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw.
It was so good.
Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the sign. Hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number.
14.
The nearest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. As the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. You roll down the window and it's Baxter? No. Or wait, but who? But wait. No, but it's coming in from outside, right? I don't know, because Baxter was the only one that was near a car. So what? Is it... what? Derek? But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw the hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. No, it is Baxter! What? Wait, I thought he was coming in, though. Oh my god. Yeah, it drove into town from somewhere outside. What? I thought you were... Okay. Hey, neighbors? Both also jolted with recognition. He passed it on a cordial smile, or pasted. I can't forget.
He pasted on a cordial smile and waved politely. Afterwards, he put his mouth back over the straw of his long empty drink, as if trying to act cool. Just waved at him. Wave. He leaned forward and tried to get a better look. His hands were loose on the steering wheel, and he seemed rather relaxed to have just pulled over on the side of the road. Wait, if he had a car, then why'd he take a taxi here? You waved and he nodded in acknowledgement. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and a light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
Ah, that's the new person in the condo. The B-man, right? The B-man? Yeah, Baxter.
Oh.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually seen him. Wow, he looks like a zebra. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible, this is perfect! Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and, with clenched fists, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you, still clearly had no intention of going over. Yeah, we'll just loiter. We'll be cool. The cool kids. Fake cool kids. When Cove realized you were planning to stay with him, he smiled a little. Cove shuffled closer and dropped his voice. Honestly, I still find it kind of hard to talk to the guy. I get it. You know he can still see you. Yeah, I thought you would. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He looked at you with a wry expression on his face. I'm glad you do, cause I don't think I could be able to explain it if you asked me to. He tries to be considerate, but it doesn't totally land for me. Sometimes people don't hit it off. Two of you waited for the others to finish up. You couldn't hear what they were saying from there, but you could see from body language that Terry was up to something and Miranda didn't like it. You and your neighbor exchanged a look. After Miranda seemed to calm down slightly, Terry turned around to wave at you. She put her hands to her face to make a megaphone. Come on, get over here! Baxter is giving us a ride! Cove's mouth popped open in surprise, then his lips curled together in clear displeasure.
Alright.
I should have known. She's always pulling something. He took a slow breath and then shrugged. Guess we have to get over there. It's gonna be really awkward now since he knows we tried not talking to him. Yeah, we can't hide over here forever. It's fine. I'm sure Baxter isn't that keenly aware of everything. He followed him over to the car, apparently about to get a lift. Wait, what? Yeah, I read that correctly. Yeah, you were just happy. I mean, like, you know, we don't have to walk. So, and Cove doesn't have to piggyback. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful for Terry for arranging it. You arrived at the driver's side car window, and Baxter smiled welcomely. Hello? Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Howdy, Baxter. Alright, plan made. Let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car scented air freshener. Does anyone actually like the new car scent? I hate the new car scent. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but so low it was pleasant. But low so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clamber on and back, and it's definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Does that sound alright?
Oh my god. Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable. If someone could point me in the right direction, we could be on our way. Harry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was practically a straight line from with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car, there wasn't enough time for a proper conversation to start. Occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. I don't know. Yeah. You were glad that you reached your destination and pleased at the fanfare of your friends. You didn't say a word, but Terry and Miranda definitely caught your amusement. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out.
Thanks.
Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter for varying... Oh, what? The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter and Cove's cars. Harry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. That goes for everyone here. Have a car. Tay burst into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter went really fast and he noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. With her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin and with brows furrowed. Wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool.
What?
Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can? Miranda squirmed nervously, then committed to piping up.
Maybe?
We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it! Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
It's doable.
Sounds doable. He glanced at Cove, then switched focus to you.
Well,
I have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home. But if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me to. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. A sec. Okay. Let's go back with Cove. You would rather go back for now. Let the group know. Both girls frowned. Neither wanted to leave you and Cove behind. Harry especially looked troubled and started bouncing in place. Today's all about us hanging out. We can't just bail. Maybe free will is an illusion. Maybe free will isn't real. Miranda nodded and bit her lip. We don't have to go to the park. Going back to the neighborhood. It could prove to be a better idea. Both Winston shook.
don't worry about it.
No, really, it's fine. We've done plenty of hanging out today. If you want to go to the park, you should. You don't have to worry about us. Go have fun with Baxter. Okay. Didn't sound too thrilled, and Miranda patted her on the shoulder.
Okay.
Guess we'll see you later then? Probably. Ko smiled and she rolled her eyes at his wishy-washy answer. You knew you'd be seeing them again. Should I go with this option? I don't know. Or I can just play through both. It's fine. It's fine. I live in a world where I have the choice to manipulate time at my will. Everyone finished saying their goodbyes, and the three climbed into Baxter's car. Bye. Terry wanted to shout back and startled Baxter. Oh, Terry started to shout back and startled Baxter slightly. Miranda laughed and waved back. Terry rolled down the window. See ya! Bye, Terry. Bye, Miranda. Then Baxter rolled down his own window.
See you.
His voice lines. Have a safe journey back. I'll see you around the neighborhood.
Baxter started to pull out of the parking lot, and Cove waved him off, stepping forward as they pulled away. Then it was just you and Cove left in the parking lot. He rubbed his hands together for a moment and locked his car. He got into the shotgun seat this time, and Cove took his place at the wheel. He put his key in the ignition and turned to you. Surprised you didn't want to. I wanted to go study. You had a reason.
I need to go back. Thank you for giving me that. Oh, where's my thing where it's like, I'm not really a big fan of Baxter, so... so I didn't really want to spend time with him.
Poe smiled, satisfied, and finally turned his key to start the car. The car ride back passed quickly. They were all familiar roads you've seen before. Soon you returned to the comfort of your own neighborhood.
Yeah.
Poe pulled in and parked. He shut off his car, then you both got out to stand in the road.
I guess.
Guess that's it. Thanks for the ride, Cove. I'll see you later. Well, it was fun. Pleasant farewells given, you walked to your front door. You completely changed out of your swimsuit into more comfortable clothes. That was definitely a benefit of coming back. Time ticked by as the sun started to set. Orange gold light streamed in through the windows. You could tell the weather was still really nice out there. Your attention was taken by
Your phone was in your hand.
At the top of the screen, a little alert told you that you had a message.
Oh.
Hey Mai, we're gonna go see fireworks. You wanna come? Oh. And Terry texted Cove.
Oh wait, it was Miranda.
Said he'll be there.
How did their trip start at hanging out in the park and end at finding some previously unknown fireworks spectacle? It's definitely news to you. Fireworks? Yes. Fireworks sounded awesome. You sent your response with a tap of your finger. That was something you couldn't miss. Miranda sent back a cheery smiley face, not even 5 seconds later. Then you got a yay. You got a yay, and she sent another message that told you that Cove would be out at his car soon. You quickly got yourself ready and headed out into the world once more. On the way, you sent a message to Cove that you were coming. He texted that he was already outside. Just as promised, Cove was waiting by his car. He hadn't bothered to change at all. He was still quite comfortable going around in his swim shorts. He slipped his phone into his pocket and waved you over. Without needing to say a thing, you got into the shotgun seat. Cove looked over to you from the driver's side and smirked as he started up the car. You again? Yep. He pulled out into the road and raced towards the city as the sun continued to sink below the horizon. When city lights sparkled around you, Cove started looking for a parking spot. It had been a smooth drive, but unfortunately finding parking was a task. He tried to text Miranda to see where they had parked, but she admitted that there hadn't been any openings around there. They had gotten lucky with one single spot. Cove had to drive around a few blocks, but finally you spotted something. He pulled in and parked, feeling just as triumphant as he won an actual prize. Yeah, I was thinking too. I was like, oh, okay, fireworks. It's probably just ended at the same place. Yeah. I mean, I'll go back after I finish the whole thing, and then I'll just read the part with the park. Harry sent you a text saying to hurry up and get to the waterfront. Miranda attached a helpful picture of where they were. You pointed the way to Cove. The two of you jogged around the bend and then backed up. Jogged around a bend and down the brick-lined walkway. Eventually, you saw the three silhouettes in the distance. They started to wave and yell. One of them jumped in place with her arms going back and forth. It had to be your friends. You rushed over to them. Miranda and Terry ran up to meet you halfway with faces full of smiles.
Hey! We miss you.
Uh,
Oh, buddies, I didn't know the day was over for us.
Hey. Guess you were right. I'm happy we made it. Baxter had stepped up at some point too. He ran a hand through his hair, trying not to interrupt a reunion. Hello. Hey. Cove gave him a nod. With the band back together, the group walked back to the area where Baxter, Miranda, and Terry had originally set up at. It was a quiet open area on the waterfront. Cove let out a relieved sigh after things calmed down. So, is anything?
Nah. Ah, you're good. Nothing's happened yet. I think it's gonna start really soon, though.
What are these fireworks even for?
Well,
She smiled a big grin at Miranda.
Randy talked about watching fireworks at the park, and that reminded me about how there's this big company having an event tonight. I heard that they were gonna have fireworks. There's no way that we were ever getting into that party, but she put up a finger and her smile turned devious.
We're cool.
I'm positive we'll still be able to see the fireworks from here. We can't hide explosions in the sky from the public.
It's ridiculous. He suddenly wondered how Terry had convinced Cove to come without the prior explanation. He was utterly stunned that this was the source of the fireworks. To be fair, you hadn't asked Miranda for details either. Cove scratched his head in the field.
I mean,
I guess we're already here. It's kinda too late now.
You bet your wet blanket is too late.
She shook her head with exasperation, but let him off with minimal teasing. Laid back. Sure, the fireworks something that you'd like to see, but you weren't overly invested in the show. You were with your friends, and that was already something. Fireworks would happen or they wouldn't. You could accept it either way. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs on the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry meanwhile crouched more than sat. Baxter flashed an unreadable smile at Cove and Yu, and then took a spot next to the girls. Cove seemed surprised and looked over his shoulder to watch him begin to chat with Terry.
I think?
He's trying to upset us? Whether he left to make Cove and Yu more comfortable, wanted to escape potential awkwardness, or if he really had just hit it off with the girls earlier was anyone's guess. That's nice. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Most of us are in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark, while waiting for a fireworks show, was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. Oh hey, there are fireworks! A flash lit up in the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and suddenly watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. Yo!
Woo, the show's starting! So pretty!
They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. Baxter followed a few steps behind. His mouth hadn't opened at the sight for a moment, until he caught himself and once again shifted to pleasantly composed. Both fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the darkness. The biggest ones washed your surrounding with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, then golden.
Welcome.
Did I deliver or did I deliver?
Miranda's eyes glittered, and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip.
Good job.
Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft.
Woo!
We did it!
He smiled at her and nodded. Pleased that you hadn't missed the show. Glad that everyone seemed to have time uncomfortable. Yeah. Both stared up to the sky with wonder, while Terry squealed in joy after a series of especially grand explosions. Miranda pointed to one that was shooting up and then gasped when it bloomed and turned into a huge sphere of violet light. Baxter smiled in appreciation. It was good to see your friends in high spirits. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by, Terry's hand gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across it while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on it, putting his back towards the fireworks. Wow, Baxter, you're so too cool for school. You seem to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Oh, she pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Oh, that's so cool! Harry held out a hand for a high five and Miranda obliged her. Harry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving a Baxter a glance, Cove answered him immediately. Green. It was orange, Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green?
That's...
It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And your hair. And yours is black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Stand next to the girls, stand next to Baxter, stand next to... I mean... Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at a spectacular, multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him you could see the night's light reflected on the water. Wow, we can lean, rest, and arm. Help me, three-sided die. Rest an arm on Cove's shoulder like his dad. You stretch an arm up and then let your elbow— oh wait, like that? Okay, no, that's not what I want to do. That's so cringy. Don't do that, Mai. Sorry. Okay. Yes. You rested his head against his side and let yourself relax. You felt solid and sturdy behind you. It was comfortable. You took a moment to watch him and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight to you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. The spectacle continued up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green with a big boom sound. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event that made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Harry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this once again. Well, no, there might never be a night exactly like this one again. Not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in that moment for as long as you could. Dang. Let's go to a park. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and returned. Go to the park. Right, park time it is. You smiled a little. Harry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. You felt like you made a good decision.
Yeah!
Way to guilt trip me on the other decision. It's like the moment I said like, nah, I'm just gonna go back, everyone's like, no. To the car again! Which car? There are multiple. You watched to see if Cove or Baxter had an answer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's hood nervously.
I guess.
We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing. We're all going to the same place. You okay with that, Baxter? Certainly. Then what I said. Need a lift, I can give it. Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter offered to turn on some music. After all, it would be a little bit of a drive to the park. Oh man, play what you normally would? Uh...
Yeah, I'd like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you is into.
Hope the playlist lives up to your expectations. He plugged his phone, like he turns his phone on, or the playlist starts, right? And you just hear it's like 89 songs from Taylor Swift. I don't even know how many songs Taylor Swift has. Probably less than 89. I just pulled a number. He plugged his phone into the car with an aux cord and turned on some alternative music. Oh, okay, alternative. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed that he was careful anyway. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. Despite his personable demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. It took a while to arrive. By the time he got there, the sky was golden with orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll around one of the paths. He walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. Miranda seemed seemingly content, the localization helping her relax and come. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along.
Not bad.
What the voice line? I've never been here before, but I definitely see the appeal.
Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You've missed out, Baxter, because every year she had a blowout party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year.
The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terry slid in beside her. They spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. Oh, sure. How many songs does Taylor Swift actually have? Is it anywhere close to 86? I'm guessing it's less. But I am curious to know. 229? Okay, damn. Not what I was expecting. Interesting. Good to— the more you know. With all 229 of Taylor Swift's songs are in Baxter's hidden playlist, he just played the other one to be cooler.
We spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, although you two— okay. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around.
This is true, but like, writing a song feels like a lot of work, you know? So, yeah.
Me! Miranda tossed the ball to her. Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast! She chucked it at Baxter, who only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off his chest, and he stared at it, dazed. He blinked as if he needed some time to process what exactly had happened, but then grinned dangerously. He rushed after the ball, and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Terry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high into the air. You bent your neck back to watch its ascent and inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs from Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave them a very proper bow. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed and he wanted in. With that, everyone was drawn into the game. It was unspoken that whoever did the fanciest trick won. Most of the game was not particularly practiced at throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a roundoff where she threw the ball with her feet, so that was cool. The sunset eventually darkened into the night, and the streetlights turned on. Your group's chosen picnic table lay in the bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party, or an important game, or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yell startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand.
He missed catching it, and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for her loud outburst.
I just remembered, there's gonna be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city.
At everyone's questioning looks, she huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what, but I don't think we can get to the actual event anyway.
Hell yeah!
But we should still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public.
Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his fingers on a table below him. I'm gonna change locations again. Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Harry rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious.
Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you, Mai, Randy, Baxter? Don't you want to see the fireworks?
Yeah, it's fireworks. We gotta go. Guess they are fireworks. Alright, whatever. What's one more scene change?
Yes, I knew this was a good idea.
In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked to Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a penny, in for a pound. I'll go.
Honestly.
Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. You better hurry or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes but laughed. Everyone headed back to this car yet again. Harry brought out her phone to navigate the city, and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Baxter drove past buildings aglow in warm yellow lights that cut through the navy black. One office building had bright LED lights that cycled through a whole rainbow of hues. It was different to get through all the traffic. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, let alone find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She had pointed to a sedan pulling out, and Baxter parked within seconds. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down the waterfront walkway to find a place with good view.
What about here?
Cove peered across the rails into the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated, and you can see the skyscrapers. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought the event was.
Yes, this should work fine.
She stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove wasn't even breathing hard. He stood by you with a slight smile on his face. He only let out a relieved sigh. Have we missed anything?
No way.
Not a chance. Nothing's happening, and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon.
Okay, I think this might be the same.
I think.
Woo!
I'll go pick the same options again. Hey, alright. I'll save this version. Nice. Water. Alright, more moments! Errands! From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There's a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was gone. Heck yeah, hydration. Heck yeah. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was only open 2 weekends a month during certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. Oh my god. Hi, Mr. Holden. Oh, this is a swanky show. Vegetables I've ever seen so highbrow.
Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
Oh.
Isn't that great?
Isn't it exciting? Liz crossed her arms. You can tell she was amused.
We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we had a true family outing.
Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next-door neighbors had joined you this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never die. You long accepted that. I need to check things out. Thought you were feeling different. It's just chores, right? There's so much ground to cover today. You just wanted to get a move on. Well, I'm ready to get started. I got plenty of dishes in mind I can use ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled.
Yes, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day.
I got it.
Sure, we can make I'm sure we can make a decent dent together at least.
Actually, since there's so many of us this time, we could take different sides of the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? That sounds brilliant.
Everyone watched your mom, surprised. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing the thought.
Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 last family members and only 2 Holdens here, so I'll go with you boys to even out the odds.
Okay.
That's fine with me.
Cliff scratched the back of his neck and slowly met Cove's stare. They both seemed unconvinced, but weren't sure what to say about it.
Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it.
Father and son ultimately nodded. This wasn't an argument they were going to win.
Alright.
Alright, I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Mai and Ma.
Oh my god, I just realized my ma and mom. Liz, you're the only person with a name that doesn't fit within the schedule.
But those aren't her real names.
Shh, shh. Ma clapped her hands together at that.
Wonderful, are the teams ready to go?
Yeah, let's go. Delighted, Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug. You grinned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mai.
Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly.
Let's go.
Come on, boys, we're heading out.
Ma and Mom aren't there. No, they're not. I mean, shit, I don't know. Maybe it is. Sure.
Okay.
Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Suddenly he twitched slightly, his whole body getting stiff. He jerked his gaze back to your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go.
No.
Time's a wasting, Cove, and I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. The two of you can survive one morning apart, probably. We have important shopping to do now.
Cove gasped at what he felt was a truly obscene thing to say. His face burned red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of the eyes.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from Mai. I'm not that clean.
Mom sniggered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Mom. She wouldn't meet his eyes as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Oh, come on, Cove, you know how it is. Oh my god. No, No, that's funny. I don't know, if it turns out bad, I'll go back because I'm a coward. You adored your neighbor, but you found it hard to believe that he didn't realize how often he was like that. Apparently that was the case, though. Bob couldn't believe that he was being completely outnumbered. His mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in defense. Yeah, well... so what? That admission had Liz, your mom's, and his dad bursting into laughter. Bob grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He clearly wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. He smiled softly and waved goodbye. When he noticed, Ko's mouth pulled into a bent smile of his own, and he seemed to feel better a bit.
See you later.
See you in a few hours.
Take care of yourselves. At that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Ma sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye and waved herself. Oh, goodbye, wafers. Right. Bullying yeah, that's just it. Like, it took a while to figure out how the dynamic was gonna go, but it's just us bullying Cove. Yeah, that's that's it. Okay. What do you mean changing plans? What? Yeah, it's all good. It wasn't what you imagined, but that didn't matter. There's a whole market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. They were gone. Mom cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her lips. I mean, her hips. Fuck. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? Yeah, that's what I thought. But okay, I feel like it was a late thought. I don't know. It's fine. We'll have to find out. You're not in agreement, keen to truly getting the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time passed browsing. There were only a few stalls you stopped at. You had fun chatting and laughing, pointing out various things to Ma, Liz, and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have used the bathroom before you left home like the responsibly did. Just need to pee?
Yes.
Yes, Liz. I'll have to visit the ladies' room now.
Should we wait here?
Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the directions she needed to go to. She gently brushed your comment away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Though, actually, I might need help finding. Can you please come, Lizzie?
You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things?
Hey.
Well, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour. You're the parent here.
Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically.
Soon enough, Maya will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on their own. What? Soon enough, Maya will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on their own. This makes good practice.
What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz's, pulled her along.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll find each other again later. Excuse me.
I feel like Ma's voice evolved into, like, teen Coves. Oops. Huh? Wait, so they left me because I need to do errands on my own? Mom? Ma? What? You watched dumbfounded as they waded into the crowd. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you, entirely on your own. Overwhelmed, you thought, screw them. You were done with this whole trip. You were feeling left on your own. You thought Ma was being ridiculous, but you didn't really mind. You weren't sure what ulterior motives Ma had for pulling this, but that was far down your priority list at the moment. You were starting to feel happy at the idea of doing things at your own pace. Walked off on your own, found a place to sit, texted. Nice. Wow, good to know the dice agrees with me. At that point, you had no interest in your mom's plan. They weren't going to stick around to follow it through, you were going to do what you actually wanted. Taking out your phone, you quickly pulled your chat with Cove up and sent, "Want to shop together, or could I join your group?" Ma and Liz went off themselves and left me. It wasn't long at all before you got a response back. Cove responded in rapid-fire messages. Still 18? Well, I mean... Well, we were 18. We're 18 now. We weren't 18 before. Good evening. Actually, at this point, it's like good night, but good night is like a goodbye. Weird. What? Wait. Where are you?
You took a survey of your surroundings and then sent him a description of where you were and the path you took to get there. While you waited for his response, you watched all the people moving around past you. There wasn't a single familiar face. When your phone received a new text, you breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm on my way. Great, thanks. Cove couldn't get there fast enough. There wasn't any reason that you could think of why you had to wander around the market alone. We're going to take a look at the 18th section. 18th section. Wait. Oh, yeah. This is the 18th section. Yes. I didn't actually end up peeking in. I just did the setup for it. But yeah. Cove couldn't get there fast enough. If there was any reason you can think of When you were certain Cove wasn't sending any more messages for now, you went to put your phone away. The familiar keychain caught your eye, bringing a warm smile to your lips. It was so easy to remember those early days of your relationship with Cove. His pink cast, his big sad eyes, his frustration with his parents. But through it all, he was here. Yeah. Since you met him, Cove has always been there. He had grown up to really appreciate what it meant. Okay. I was curious what the arrow keys would do. You placed your phone back where it belonged and checked around for a nearby stall to kill time at. One pulled your focus. Oh shit. While most stalls were selling various garden-grown foods, this one had an array of homemade fudge. Yes, fudge. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a widespread, dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. The fudge is sold in boxes in 4 pieces. They either can all be the same, all different, or any mix you like. Are you looking to buy any today? Get a box just for Cove. Wow, we're so romantic. How much did it say? 4 pieces though. Right? So it wouldn't work for everyone unless we split it into more pieces. You can get the multiple boxes. Okay. Yeah, let's just get everyone for everyone. The whole section was too good not to share. Get yourself a box. Oh. Get a box for everyone. Oh! And then get a box for Cove. I don't know. Should we? Let me ask the 8-ball. Hey 8-ball, should we get a box for Cove? The 8-ball said no, which means I have to do it. Looking at the treats made you think of Cove. You grinned, hoping he liked what you picked out. Fuck it, I'm gonna get myself a box too. Your mind was already filling with thoughts of sinking your teeth into delicious fudge. There was no walking away empty-handed now. Alright, cool. Meet up with Cove and it's like, Cove's like, why are you holding 3 boxes of fudge? And that was all. Yeah, I could use some fudge. Glad you came to the right place then. For yourself, you picked. Oh man, I got a pick? Oh my god. What's with these options? So many options. Cookies and cream. And velvet. And cookies and cream and red velvet. For the group you picked. Cookies and cream and red velvet. No, we're gonna more general. Milk, dark, milk, dark chocolate milk. For Cove you picked. Shit, I don't know. Cove likes everything? Okay, cool. Reassuring. Good. Yeah. Imagine how disaster it'd be. I pick like maple walnut and Cove's like, hey, I'm allergic to nuts, and you're like, shit. And the day ends with a hospital visit.
Caramel. Chocolate mint because it's green and it looks like his hair. What else? Key lime because it's also slightly green. And then choices and cookies and cream. The shop owner carefully put your order together. Jeez, oh my god, you got so much toffee. You were already looking forward to when you eat your fine selection of fudge. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react when you presented this to them. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy with when you regrouped later. You paid, and there was no stopping the large grin going all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to where you were initially. You kept yourself on alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. What? No way. For the next several minutes, you stood there on high alert, trying to spot Cove among the crowd. You broke into a smile when you saw his familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the masses. He hadn't seen you yet, but Cove was walking with purpose in your direction. You noticed he was hefting a couple bags in his hand. Cove, over here! He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight.
My.
But even from a distance, you couldn't tell his mood. You could tell his mood shifted again. He seemed serious. He weaved through passerbys deftly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, shifting around them with ease. With glasses. I mean, he had glasses when we first met him, and then he didn't have glasses, and then he put the glasses back on. I don't know what kind of contacts he went through. He went through a contact phase, and then decided it was too much work. He weaved through passerbys deftly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, slipping. It only took a moment for him to arrive.
Are you okay?
Yeah, what did my mom think about you coming? I have no idea. Yours wasn't the only ones to leave. Your mom took my dad before you even messaged. Oh man, they planned this. They planned this shit for sure. You're kidding. Wish. Can't believe this happened to both of us. They planned it. They had to. I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
Well,
I guess things are just up to us now. Yeah. So, his gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking. And you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Still want to go shopping with me? Definitely. Cove beamed, and you were ecstatic at the thought of spending the rest of the trip with him. They ship you, right? Mom and Mom jump out and yell, just a prank. But it's just a prank on what? What? Like, just leaving us together? Like, what? It's finally time to take some control back over your day. Cove's grin twisted into a conspiratorial one. You both knew that you were going against whatever had really been planned out for this outing. But luckily, neither of you cared one bit at this point. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff you've even gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. Mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far. Nothing too exciting. There were a few cucumbers, some lemons, some sweet potatoes, among other things that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. What Cove bought made sense, but it was far from a complete selection. He glanced around at the nearby stalls. Want to start over there? Cove followed your eyes at you as you pointed at one of the larger stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables.
come on.
Yeah, let's go.
Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. So many things to pick from. Oh no, more options? Oh my god! Oh my god. Well, we gotta get strawberries. I'm not much of a fruit and vegetable person. I don't know if you can tell from my general unhealthy demeanor, but I don't eat healthy either. We can get tomatoes, potatoes, peaches. Yeah. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you all in a single bag. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. No, I don't like carrots. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He had added another bag to his small but growing collection. He nodded.
Alright.
Okay, now let's go. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, he had to go to greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove disappeared suddenly from your peripheral vision, pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You spun around and spotting him some steps back. He was standing still. You followed his eye line past the crowds. Immediately you knew what grabbed him. Homemade jars and local honey. Oh, homemade jams. Shit. Homemade jars. Yeah, they made the jars themselves. That stall was glittering with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of various colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling from the sight. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware that he had made an unexpected detour. When you got closer, you were surprised there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. God. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry gem and one of clover honey. Do you want some honey? Oh my god! My! I got it. If our whole relationship is set on bullying Cove, then. Or teasing Cove, I don't know. I gotta. Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face was burning. You grinned, way too pleased with your own joke. You thought things over for yourself, too. Oh my god. Strawberry jam, let's go! Yeah, and that's it. You paid. Yeah, you paid and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a single bag with paper. Wow, one bag for just one jar of strawberry jam. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey, the clover honey and blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting spring wildflower plum jam. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them before putting them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you'd been giving him since he agonized over his toast toppers. Hey, this one doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Alright, Cove, it would be nice to enjoy snacking on it for a while. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected, considering all of this was technically an errand, and unexpected changes often upset him. But he was happy, and Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. And you can tell that Cove especially enjoyed these kinds of things with you.
Cole's attitude annoyed you. Why would we say that now? Or I don't know. Some of the choices, I swear. I'm gonna do like another stream or something where I just run through the entire game, but I pick like the worst choice. And like, I'm just a dick. I'm an asshole for the entire game. It's my dick run through. my asshole speedrun. Playing the game, yes, playing the game as Jeremy. Oh. Hang on. Yeah, you weren't gonna let what happened put a damper on this outing. Glad you're having a good time. We're so domestic. A Cove gave a sharp intake of air and started coughing for a moment. Afterwards, he refused to look at you.
Well...
Are we? I guess we are. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Cole started rummaging through one of his bags, just to check on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. Little loser. You chuckled, a hand- Oh, you know, what? I went too fast. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt he was gonna eat it all. You held a hand in front of your face as you squinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit. You were at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now, and Cove looked to be doing fine too. But that was something that could be... What? But where am I? But that was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping. It wasn't just always in money. Piggyback ride? Oh wait, we can give him a piggyback ride. We should do that, yeah. Oh, role reversal. Both give you an odd look until you realized that you were completely serious. He burst into laughter. Come on. He chuckled. His chuckling died down, and you can tell Cove was somewhat considering your offer, but he shook his head.
I mean...
No, I mean, I got all these bags, and I don't really do piggyback. My dad was the only one I ever got. I can do it, Cove, and I want to. Give it a try. Oh my god, my... Oh my god, my, I say, as I chose the option for my... He twisted in place uncomfortably while you continued to stand firm, and then he relented. We can try. A grin broke out on your face. Somehow, what was meant to be a favor for him had ended up like he was going to the trouble for you, but you had still won this round. Mine just collapses. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. I just like smushed into a pancake. The moment they pick up Cove, it's like it's falls flat on their face. Okay, up you go. He crouched down low for Cove to get on. Cautiously, he draped himself against your back, wrapped his arms around your neck. Oh, it worked. He tried tucking his long legs in as he slowly stood up a bit, while you worked on getting your hands around them. What? While you worked on getting your hands around them to help hold, it was awkward with all the bags. Still, you continued on.
Oh my god.
His voice came out in a disbelieving squeak. Cove was still on while you were standing upright. You did it. His grip was so tight it was slightly uncomfortable, but there was no stopping the grin growing on your face. You knew he was gonna have fun time. Yeah, we're gonna start running. Maya just like sprints down the and with that, you and Cove continued your trip through the market together. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they hoped you found some good stuff, and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. Not yet. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Cove must have had a fantastic view of the market from your back.
You might have thought that would have helped find the what? You might have thought that would have helped find the produce needed, but you would have been wrong. Putting Cove closer to the sky had made it easier for him to lose his head in the clouds. He heard as much about cool birds and people's stylish hair as you did about where you might find the next thing to pick up. He was just reveling in the new experience, and that was okay. Eventually he realized that he had not checked his phone in a while. He couldn't reach it from his current position, so he came to the stop out of the flow of foot traffic and let him hop down. Cove rearranged all the bags he was carrying, freeing a hand so that he could pull out his phone. He watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read the waiting messages. I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath. Then Cove's face scrunched up with confusion.
Huh?
Wait, got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't part of the plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Mai's mom. Where are you? He sent that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He sent another one since then. Says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says everybody's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Cove as well. So it was on purpose. The crowd of people passing by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued rubbing the screen long after anything could have remained. The action a poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. I don't know why I would be upset or mad about it. I mean, isn't that what we wanted? There's no malice behind the plot. You were quite sure of that. Your moms must have had their reasons for doing this, and it hadn't harmed you in any way. Okay, fine. How did I explain this kingdom? Drug.
Are you okay?
His voice was gentle. Yeah, really. It's good. Abandoning us without a warning wasn't really a cool idea, even if they meant well, which they probably did. He looked you straight in the eyes. Not making a huge deal out of this is nice. I'm not exactly thrilled personally, so if you want to complain to me, you can. No, what? I don't have anything to complain about. Nothing? Ever? I don't know. His mouth hung open, and then he laughed.
No way.
Come on, you gotta have plenty of stuff to complain about just from the stunts I've pulled myself, let alone what's happened today. You cracked a grin at that. Despite yourself, he could certainly be a troublemaker when he wanted to be, but he could also be kind. After a moment, he stepped away from you, face turned. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brow creased, then furrowed deeper into a skull, his arms tightly coiling together. So they did do something stupid. I knew it. His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cole's typical speaking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a chore. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go places with family members anyway? I hate them. He caught it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the bowl cut had been in the bed. Jeremy! But Cove had never forgotten. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes you wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid really was always that ridiculous. That kid's never gonna live that down, huh? Jeremy strikes again. Wow, what is wrong with you?
No!
Not wrong, actually. If you were as smart as me, you'd know that. Cove gave you a lopsided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with it. Yeah. You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there. They waved at you. No, they waved at you both as you... Your own family seemed to be in a pretty good mood, in contrast to Mr. Holden. He stared at Cove with open concern as you got close. Hey, bud. Hey, Mai. How are you doing? Be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our families. You saw your mom's frowning at his response, Ma glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Ma is really laid back doesn't mean you can just leave them out of your plans and expect them to go along with it every time. Oh my god, Cove saying that we have rights. Oh my god. Maya hung her head, ashamed. Or what? Ma, you're reading. And Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme.
I'm so sorry.
Her words are full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arm.
We were just trying to make the errand more of a trip, less of a chore.
Ma nodded.
We didn't think you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck trudging around a market with your parents all day. Especially not in the summer. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. But it was only going to be for the market, not the other stops. I promise. Still, you're right. We could have just told you and let you make your own call. I really am sorry. Neither of us meant to upset you.
I'm really sorry.
Aw. All gas, no brakes. And we should have known better. Sorry. Ma ditched me too after playing her urgent potty break stunt. If that helps, I went off to do my own shopping, as it seemed they planned.
Sorry.
Sorry I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off.
You quickly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad.
Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent it.
You're welcome.
It's no problems. It's no trouble, sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Besides, I gotta register every thought that wanders through this head by you first, right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Cove smiled at his dad, Mr. Holden. Oh, Mr. Holden, what? Cove smiled at his dad. Mr. Holden, laughing, clapped Cove on his back.
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being outplayed today.
You realized you hadn't been the only onlookers on the Holden's moment. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold.
Yes, looks like it. We better find some way to catch up.
In that case,
Maybe we can do Mai's chores for next week.
Ma jabbed Ma on the shoulder.
You might be onto something. Mai, how do you like the sound of that?
They looked at you hopefully. Make it 2 weeks. I mean, I won't complain.
Good, we're serious. And at the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today.
You all nodded at this suggestion.
yes.
We won't let you down. We've been the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays.
Funny.
We could at least be shepherds.
You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It's going to be alright. You turned to the entrance for the farmer's market for one final glance, pressing it into your memory under this new light. You thought on what you picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Oh, or fudge! Some things you could only get from the local suppliers like this. That was another perk about coming along to the market today. Actually, you realized this would be a good time to bring out the fudge you got to share while everyone was clustered together. Hey wait, before we go, I got something for everybody. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out the specially selected treat. I saw this amazing fudge stall, so I got a box for us to share.
Oh,
Aww.
that's so sweet of you.
The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert, their family resemblance more notable as they mirrored each other's expression. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much, Mai.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You're fantastic.
Great, can't wait to bust it open. You should save it for tonight. You can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it in this melting heat.
The others murmured their agreements and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely. Cove then slided up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from expression that he was up to something.
Thanks again for getting fudge. It was really cool of you.
You knew he hadn't come over just to thank you individually, not with that huge smirk.
I got something to share too. Only really with you. Guess I'm not as nice.
Oh well. You cooked up a scheme of your own? You laughed. Anyway, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further.
I mean,
Since your moms decided we should shop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something, just as a little surprise. He reached into one of the bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. He accepted the unexpected present, and he looked on excitedly as he tore off the paper. It was a glass bottle of cool spring water. You didn't need to taste it to know it would be nice. It was a boutique product. It was heavy in your hands, the container and small metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than a flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. Oh, water! Wow, Cove is literally telling us to hydrate. You're practically bouncing in anticipation when he smiles sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I thought you might like it. Hydration time. Thanks, Cove. I can't believe we both got each other something. Anyway, actually, you know how I gave everyone fudge earlier? Yeah, there's more where that came from. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by, oh my god, Elizabeth is so tall, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy, and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for a whole day. You still used that as a chance to get each other little gifts. Ma clasped her hands together, eyes bright.
Good job.
So lovely. Oh my god. They're literally just eating popcorn, watching a movie right now.
A day? It was less than a whole morning.
Right?
True, I don't even want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart.
It's my boy. He reached back into the bag where you had first retrieved a box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out the other one underneath. You chuckled coolly, aware that the others were still watching you. The first one was for everybody, but that's not all I got. I bought a second bunch of fudge that's just for you. Yeah. I have a lot of fudge. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others, who were fully tuned into your little show, didn't appear to reach him.
seriously?
Really? It's only for me? Cove reached out and took the box in both hands, holding it like a precious treasure. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you! He looked at you with shining eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't be just your little group that knew that you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Behind Cove, you can see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity.
See, this is why he's so attached. You've spoiled him.
You shouldn't make fun, Pam. It's clearly mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as he batted the hand away.
True.
Liz clapped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention.
Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to finally get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over.
Ma laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in exaggerated display of mock defeat.
Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore.
Liz tut-tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but a small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. You laughed, glad that everyone was getting along. That's right, we're all grown-ups now. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on your way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. You sat next to Cove in the back. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt in its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge he'd been given. You gonna eat now? Huh? He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. Minty fudge is perfect for the end of snacking. So refreshing. Is the green fudge lime? Yeah, key lime. It's amazing, because it's fudge, but also fruity somehow.
Yeah, like your hair. Sorry.
Looks like cookies and cream. It's a really cool flavor for fudge. Had one with caramel? Wow, it's gonna be so nice.
He really does not care which one you get. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you pick, he promptly started sampling the selection. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling was turning him into— what? From the way his nibbling was turning into munching that the box wasn't gonna survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. Cove had to try to savor the sweets, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one too. He sighed contently.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Mai. Those were really great.
You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hands on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You know Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present but mentally elsewhere. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which he was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absentmindly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hands. Is it too late to ask for a taste? Cove straightened up at the sound of your voice, his pose stiff. He turned away, his hand smacking over his mouth instead. You were miles away for a second. What were you thinking about? Cove idly rubbed at his face.
Honestly, I was thinking about how nice it was to know you. It, you know, makes life better and everything.
Though he was turned away from you, his eyes were round and sincere.
Not that this is a new revelation, but today was just another. I'm lucky.
No, it's fine. He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. You felt content securing your relationship with Cove. Oh. You decided to enjoy your drink now. Yes, water. You twisted off the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your lips, the scent tickled your nostrils. You took a swig. It was refreshing, the perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning dawdling through the market. Hydration. This is great. Thanks, Cove. The scent of water. Yeah, I don't know what they meant by scent, but... He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received.
You're welcome.
You spent the rest of the day complimenting the remaining errands all together as a group. You're glad you closed the day with him. Ma had been truer to her word and ensured that you spent the rest of the time with the last family and the Holden family in one place. It had been a wonderful time, a lovely high note to end. Yeah, probably. But like, yes, the scent of water, so crisp, so you really feel that hydrogen oxygen mix. Yeah. Oh my god. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Ooh, moments! Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan. Oh heck, it talks? Oh no. What talk? The talk? Oh, are we having— No. No, we wouldn't. They would put a content warning, right? Or I should put— I don't know. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. As tapping worked its way into those dreams, focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Oh my god, he's crawling in again. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way really was a true Coveism. Coveism? You'd rather scale your house than wait the couple extra minutes for you to come down. Yeah, hand. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bits of his entrance. Though considering how many times he's done this, he hardly needed the help.
Hey.
Hey, Mai. Hey to you. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? The Cove laughed at that, took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. Make my life easier, that's for sure. Cove's voice came out quietly, with a strange pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone ring and cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly.
Don't worry about it.
Go check. It could be important. Thanks. He shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda.
Hi.
There's something off about her tone. Both met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
Uh-oh.
You heard from Terry at all? Or did you hear about her from both?
No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey.
Oh, hi, Cove.
Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no, before realizing it wasn't a good enough answer. When one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. Muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable.
Terry doesn't like me anymore, if she ever did.
What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled, and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone into her other hand.
Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. He realized her parents probably went to bed, so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night, and she can text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to.
You glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship-ending situation.
I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else.
Yeah.
And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could keep watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. Guess I was wrong.
Did she stay in the end?
No.
No, we got too loud in the kitchen. My dad woke up. He offered to drive her home and when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest, but that was it. He isn't talking to me anymore.
You can hear every bit of tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. It's continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. Really sorry.
I mean...
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad. She was just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffing continued. You hope she had plenty of tissues handy. Okay, it's really weird she had to. It's not a big deal. Hope Terry is alright. Miranda gave only a feeble hum in response. Your brain struggled to get a grasp on the whole situation. Miranda's voice sounded a little more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done.
I thought she had reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone.
Yeah.
Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this.
Hey, we're here for you.
Right.
You can tell us things.
Thank you.
Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright?
We can.
Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye.
Bye. Bye. It didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as
This is yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. Right in the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like that was not easy. What about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and fluffing back on your bed, you stared into space. You probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. You stopped pacing, but you saw a perturbed look on his face. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. He bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you two could come up with. Cove started with the easiest thing. Pulled out his phone and called Terry. Cove let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped and Cove looked even more troubled. If that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Did you try calling? I'm gonna send a text like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arms, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting, we barely know anything. We're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something. He frowned as he watched him. There's nothing you can think of to say. All you could do now is hope that Terry was alright. It's up to her to reach back out now. Glancing at your own phone in vain, you consider sending a text message too, if that would even help. This is making you feel all twisted up. You can see the same sort of discomfort on Cove's face. There's something consoling in that, at least. Is Terry okay? Do we not know where Terry lives? Like where her house is? Words drifted from his mouth like a feeble breeze. He'll be fine. It's gonna be okay. Yeah. You could hear it in both of your voices how much you wanted to give and receive reassurance. You tried to believe the sentiments, weak as they were.
Well...
Should we... What do we even say if we do hear from one? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. Oh, it's too far. Well, I mean, Cove has a car. I don't know. I mean, you can be school friends and not know where you live. Slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. Found out Terry's side of the story. Comfort Amanda led up to Terry. Told them to work out between themselves. I know I really need to, yeah. Nothing could be done until you know what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright for you. You feel overwhelmed to say, I think you're pushing too much. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. With the two of you on the same page, he steeled his gaze to prepare for taking this next step. Cove's fingers worked furiously, yet carefully. He was giving his full attention to his words. You stood it up to him. Oh, you stood it up next to him and looked, trying to watch what he was writing. Tense music. Cove rapidly typed out, hey
Hey, Maya and I really want to talk to you. Miranda told us what happened. Please reply back. Sent. It was done. Let's have to see what happens now. Are you nervous? I wish you weren't so concerned with it. What? Maybe a red coat. You're okay. I hope you're okay. Oh my god. Why are some of the responses so, like, bad? From just his face, you could tell that wasn't going to do much for him. He was going to be stuck thinking about this until Terry replied. Yeah, like, always, right? It's like, wow, like, that's why I'm like, man, I should really have like an asshole playthrough where I just act as Jeremy and I'm just a dick in every response choice. And see what happens at the end. From just his face, you could tell that wasn't going to do much for him. He was going to be stuck thinking about this until Terry replied. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. It's glad it was not just me, all this happening. Wolf took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager, but earnest.
It's okay.
You can just forget about it for a while. Mary will talk to us when she wants to. Yeah, sounds good. And you meant it, exhaling some of your own concern away. The last thing you wanted was to fight with Cove. Is that what the prompts were doing? They were like, oh yeah, because Miranda and Terry are fighting, what if you and Cove also started fighting? No! Especially not over something like him being anxious about, you know, the outcome of our friend's friendship. Yeah, like, why? Right? Like, it's fine for friends to fight and then make up, but like, not over something like this. We're the person who's being a dick. I don't know. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door, and Mom peeked in.
Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here?
When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Mom was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space.
What's going on?
We're okay. It's just, Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Oh, Terry, you'd be worried, right? Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I am so sorry.
That's too bad. Sorry there's trouble with your friends, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we were just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lainey.
Oh, Lonnie?
We can get the whole gang together for some quality time.
Mom gave you a soft smile and added,
This'll be good, especially since it might help make up for what happened at the farmer's market.
Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff would be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. Really appreciate this, thank you. Yeah, thanks. It's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome.
Don't sweat it, not so, kiddos. Leave things to us.
Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. You nodded and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check and his eyebrows frowned. Still nothing? This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek, as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Oh, what's wrong? Like, what's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. Dad got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together.
Spoken of fragile bonds. When people you care about, when unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least, in a fight with yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible, so oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving the nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Sorry. Yawn. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fists. This kind of powerlessness, it wore you down. You looked at Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There's a question you had to ask. Is it... Of course we had to ask this question. I was trying to avoid asking this question because of what happened with your parents. Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strained smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway glare. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he's moved to Sunset Bird, before his parents separated in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them.
That's...
They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was... I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point. When I was old enough to remember anything, it's already bad. There's always something wrong. Never help. I just wanted them to be happy. Try to imagine your mom's breaking up. The very idea scared you. But Cove had endured that for me. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. Not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Yes, it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten.
Cove, do you need a hug, Cove? You want a hug, Cove?
He crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of his chair and stood waiting for you, a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked.
Oh.
You returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you leaned down and pressed your cheek into the warmth of his neck. The tension struck in your chest and released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a little longer. And Cove always needs a hug. Yeah.
Especially, like, I don't know. This is kind of off topic, but you ever see, like either visual novel, game, anime scenes? I don't know. Story scenes? Where, like, two characters will, like, have, like, a sort of deep conversation and, like, one guy's, like, really struggling, right? And then, like, they make up at the end, sort of, like, a slightly more positive note, right? But then, like, they never, like, hug. Like, you're like, this is the perfect chance for you guys to just hug it out, you know? But, like, they never do it. I'm like, just hug, you guys. Okay, anyway. Yeah, more hugs.
When you finally did, the two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed.
Sorry, something's in my eye. Ah, it stings! Why does it sting?
Ellipses.
Well...
It was a lot, huh?
Yeah, it was. The lean... You're just not... Yeah. No, it is actually something. Because if I was actually emotional, I would run away to the bathroom and get tissues. Celine. Resting to the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you. The sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped shortly. You spun, half expecting him to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Check it out. Right. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry. Thank God, she says she's sorry. He looked back at you. Oh, he looked back to you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? Ask her to call us? Ask her what's going on. Please talk. What's going on? I don't know if she wants to call. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that he had similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. It's Terry again. She's talking to us. She asked about what Miranda said, but wait. He leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen. Right. She's gonna actually call. Cove held his breath as he waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button, his reflexes instantaneous. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Maya's here too. Hi, we've been worried about you.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Maya's voice was barely recognizable, without her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
Things okay? I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed, his free hand colliding into an anxious fist. Did you talk to us about what happened?
Don't you know already?
Ren explained some of it, but it doesn't make sense to us. You hear Terry's sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself.
Pretty much. I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch the movies she's super liked, and I'd never seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about it at the time. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. Then I finally saw the time. Oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. Took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out, I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, but there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem and Randy there trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. That was nice of him. Harry groaned. I know! I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't even know where to start. don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So I'm not talking.
Harry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or not. He just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. Just listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only way to go around about it. Oh wait, what? Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Harry lamented mournfully at the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it, searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. Suggested. What if we called Miranda? That way you can talk to her but wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up, a concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called.
Well,
Rick, Harry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation to worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing out the negative thoughts from her body. Alright, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda, set it to speaker, and waited for her to pick up. Luckily she did.
Hi.
Hey, Mai.
Voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. But it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way? Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine?
Can.
You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break, wondering who would be the first to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove choking his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation alone or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone.
Sorry.
Alright, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me.
Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw.
What?
No way! Everybody likes Randy.
Wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing the cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted script.
I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I would have told you right away.
Miranda murmured on the other side of the line.
You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me that you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing and I didn't want to help, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things.
Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway. But I should have maybe given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive.
Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now.
Sorry.
Sure.
Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy Manny, I'm gonna call you right now.
Right? Yeah, they're like, yes, agreed.
Bye, Mai and Cove.
She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye.
Bye, and good luck. Bye, talk to you soon. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence.
He dropped his arms to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. Oh, the yawn. Okay. So relief it's okay. Cove stretched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given circumstances. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods?
Huh?
Oh no, forget it. Eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown off so off-kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he first turned up. Now that you did, though, you remember that he had been perky when he arrived this afternoon. Is it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Oh, yeah, maybe. Not exactly sure it counts as news or even good. It is what it is. Happy about it, though. You were curious, but you didn't want to push Cove if you don't want to speak about it. You don't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it's good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh. Real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more. Glad he wanted to share that with you. That's great, tell me more? Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations, when I'm already emotionally and romantically connected to someone, I start to ever think about anything sexual. It's only with them. I haven't heard the term until pretty recently. Just made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. It had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything. So, yeah. That makes sense. Cove looked down on the floor. Sorry. Being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spend a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. What was what? No! My voice started getting like craggly, right? And I was like, I don't want to narrate with a craggly voice. So I coughed, but then it was like a half-hearted cough. You know, like when your voice gets craggly? Despite that, there was it sounded like a guy. I'm sorry. There's a small proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. Ew, Cove figuring out himself. Oh no, it's Your feelings haven't wavered because I don't want to go through choices again. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a tiring day. Now everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had to earn the rest. You had some good talks and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too.
Hey,
we should probably head downstairs soon. Your moms are still wanting everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and
Hello? Hello? Hey! See you both.
Hey!
Hey! Hi, here we were trying to corral everyone into a group. The two of you were already upstairs the whole time. First we were together. You paid Mai to stick with me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked to each other for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one.
Huh? I haven't let you... We hear exactly what the secret is? The suspense is killing us.
Right.
Alright. I had better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. The first day I met Mai, I've been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer.
Well,
There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on best terms with Mai. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered them $20 to be friends with Cove, and decided that they couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Mom was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated into her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought, if Mom felt included to throw a cushion at him. He probably managed to block it in time. I know that's bad, but I had so many grand ideas over the years. It's hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's ankle.
Seriously?
Can't believe you. Though also, I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed way to displeasure. Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next-door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Mai. I'm sorry to your parents, too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out. Your moms gave each other that look, where they seemed to communicate with eyes alone.
Alright, well, that's that then. It won't happen again.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
Good.
It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook. But on the other hand, it was a long time ago now. You were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture would probably be moot. Oh, a lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your ma gave him a lenient smile.
In that case,
Now that's settled, why don't we find something to do?
Nods of agreement cascaded through the group, a couple waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away into his pockets.
How about cards?
There was a murmur of interest from the others. Yeah, sure. Most of the group was eager to play, but Mr. Holden was demurring.
Nah.
I think I'll sit this one out.
Where's the fun in that? Join in, we're not too angry with you.
Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Dad? Contact space muscle. Oh, yeah, that's true. Mom also had a contacts phase. Weird. Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Oh, you're an adult now. You deserve to know them. I used to throw the card games so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second-rate secret he was revealing today. I know people want it to be taken seriously, and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Myra knew and went along with it. Wolf laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding, after the other stunts he'd pulled over the years. Oh no, how could he? I used to do that with my younger brother. I would let him win at video games. And then he got better than me, and I couldn't even win if I tried. So there's that. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure. Now looking back, it makes sense.
That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kid gloves off and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case.
Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Why?
Why not?
He waved his hand expansively, the movements fluid and fake. It's just, actually, I'm something of a card shark. Used to make lots of fast cash off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw unopened, his eyes wide fixed on his father. Lee? There's a touch of amazement, even admiration, nestled among the shock. The other members of the last family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two.
You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man.
Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with the confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. Are you sure about that?
Definitely. You gotta see the so-called non-casual player in action.
Well, I might be able, though who knows, maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting the kick out of it now.
Please?
Please?
Alright.
Alright, I can dust off the Great! Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time in proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty with disuse, you couldn't imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun, working cooperatively. Actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by this strategy. He actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and Holden's having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It's freeing, yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you. Water. I'm running out of water. Woo! Moments! Let's go! Get water! More water! I also realize now that I haven't eaten any. What? Is there an issue? Snack break. Can't really talk during this snack break. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Never mind, I can't talk because I'm eating. Damn it. What do I do? Oh! Oh! Oh, holy shit, I forgot about Baxter. Oh, I see. Okay. Hey, water. Alright, snack break over. We have an ocean boy to woo. Charity boy. We have an ocean to woo. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he had been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. Oh, from the load files? Because I was looking through the moments, the DLC saved, and then I saw Baxter here and I was like, all right, Baxter is a guy who exists. Okay. Sorry. Wolf pushed himself to his feet, where he had been bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning.
tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow, looking out over the shore. Looks great. He stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand. Almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since the sunrise, cleaning up down the beach, looking for various debris, and the work has paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from the blinding rays, you glanced across the way where the other volunteers from Orca were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-vis vests they wore. It looked as though everyone was about ready to wrap things up for the day. Fire. It's been a long day. Let's hope more people learn the joy of putting trash where it belongs. You nodded in agreement, reaching for your drink bottle and gulping down the cool water inside. Though you knew the work you were doing for a good cause, being out in the heat all morning had been slowly draining your energy, so you had next to nothing left. Cove placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin playing at the corner of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You had begun to realize during your time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. Equally as invested, enjoyed the work. You didn't want to be there, didn't know how to turn it down. I'm not a big... not good at volunteering stuff. I won't not go if I'm allowed to go. Being part of an organization like meant that you got to meet different people, go to all sorts of places you might not have had the chance to usually.
Not bad.
You did a nice job today. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath, thinking the formal dinner that Orca organized every year. Being a completely fundraising focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organization's projects in the year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this was your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it. That's where you'd be helping. Excited to go. Curious? Might be fun. I've never been to a professional type party. Cove nodded, though he seemed reluctant.
I mean...
Just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know. He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. Got sand all over my room, and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much wherever I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. Yeah. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. How often do we get a chance to dress up nice or eat an expensive meal? Cove chuckled and shook his head at you in the mute. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pant pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organizers. They sent a text to the group. Time to call it a day here. Finally, let's move on. Cove tucked his cell away eagerly, turning to you. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off at the trucks. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. Gotta be there pretty soon to relieve them. With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's longest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. Raise your hand for a high five, nudge your shoulders, and we started pushing Cope back to him. Started to... What? High five! Cove's palm slapped solidly against yours, and he smiled at you crookedly. You collected the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks before heading off to the next job.
The drive back to your neighborhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. It was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking out around the street, you saw that there were plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help to move tickets along. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals as decor, and a banner stuck across the front. There were 2 volunteers who were already packing up and getting ready to head off the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Volunteer 1.
Hey Cove, how'd things go at the beach?
Not bad.
It was good. The place was looking great.
Lucky to have a volunteer for. Oh, we're lucky to get a 2 for 1 when it comes to you guys.
Cove cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you noticed his cheeks flushing pink. Here we go again. That's right, it's us. We're joined at the hips, some might say. The volunteers chuckled and packed up the last of their stuff. Both seemed to relax a little more. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table, while they circled around to the front of it.
Thanks for coming in for a shift. You better make this quick so we can head off to the next place.
No problem. What do you need us to do? You mumbled a reply, content to sit back and let Cove deal with the handover. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the other tossed a set of keys to Cove, which he caught with ease.
Those are for the money box and supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times.
Aside from
It's just 2 squeaky voices.
aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill their info. That way we know how many tickets we've sold and who will be attending the event.
There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck on what to say, and that's about it. Pretty simple, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, I think we've got this. Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and Cove to manage the stall alone. The keys jiggled in his hand as Cove waved them off, or he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. Bye, have fun! Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. Made it here just in time. It's cool we traded places and nothing happening. They might have been late getting to cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. It took the other seat. It's just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the street. Nothing's... lets us rest in one place. Yeah, that's like what my mom would say. Yeah, I really need to get off my feet for 5 seconds. I really needed to get off my feet for 5 seconds. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a stuffed toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit it was pretty cute, with his big bulging eyes and oversized flippers. Setting it back down on the top of the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see that it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. You watched the condensation running along his side and onto his fingers. Wow, we just stare.
So?
Do you want one? Cove set his water on his side on his side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out towards you. Yeah. Drink, hydration. Cove is telling us to hydrate. You're right. Thanks. After opening it up, you took a drink and let out a satisfied sigh. You hadn't realized how thirsty you had been, and it is always good to stay hydrated. Yep. The two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. He was like, pretty standard stuff. You muttered, and you nodded quietly. You had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the stall, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far, and the number remaining. Cove tapped a finger on the counter as he read quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then
and then that you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see that a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. You psyched yourself up. It's time to do customer service. Oh yeah, it wasn't always easy for you to do things like this, especially when those things required talking to strangers, but you had to remind yourself that you were doing it for a reason. Taking in a deep breath, you made eye contact with the customer and gave them a small smile. Time passed as the two of you manned the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling maybe next time. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you can tell that Cove was happy with the outcome. As the afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived, time to pack everything up and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca was far from over, but right now there was only one thing left to focus on: attending the actual event. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. How goes our life? We're gonna go to a fancy fundraising event for Orca, which shit, I forgot what the acronym stands for, but they work on cleaning the ocean, cleaning the beaches, really. Yeah, and we get to dress fancy and eat a fancy dinner with Cove. It was early evening and you were in your room getting ready. Okay. Wanted some privacy, so you left. Liz was helping you pick an outfit. Cove was on speakerphone. Liz was gonna be... Oh my god. Have Liz, have Cove, have Liz and Cove. Let me do a roll. Yeah, let's put Cove on speakerphone. Oh, but I kind of want Liz there too. Okay, fine. Ocean Restoration, California. Okay, yeah. Orca. You're currently in the midst of picking an outfit, which Liz was helping you with, while Cove gave his input from the phone. Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. Cove, that you're naked. If I'm naked, I'm gonna be naked in front of my big sister. The event had strict guidelines and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but the one you one that you were also happy with. I like dressing fancy. There were a couple outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you would have liked, and now was the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining bright.
That's fine.
You don't need to get too in your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry up and pick something.
Oh, hello again. Welcome. We're a bit further along now, but we're still in stuff 3.
At this rate, you're gonna have a better time picking out your outfit party itself, but whatever you go with, it'll be great.
Aren't you? I don't know about any of these dialogue responses, so I'll just... It really shouldn't be this difficult to pick something out, you just needed to take the plunge and do it. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide an outfit, and quick! Okay. In my head, I was like, oh yeah, we could do like a pantsuit, but... Let me think. Your dress, I'll roll the dice, it's 5, right? Yeah, let's roll the dice. Because that's always the best way to decide to make important decisions.
Okay, the dice chose my least favorite option. Roll it again. Do better, dice. Okay. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied.
Good.
Finally, we're making some progress.
Hmm.
That sounds like it'd be totally fine. Wearing the same type of thing. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assess your outfit. Accessory or two? Like what? You need a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. How many things can- oh, I'm guessing I can only choose one. Shawl, a tie, button vest. Oh, a vest? Oh my god. An anklet. You need a QQ on your shoulder. Right. But QQ's flying this time. It's the other one. Kind of far. So, it's mostly hidden. You can only see the little wing. I mean, unless I can... Not sure. Oh, you can choose all? Wait, really? Oh my god. You're rolling. You know, like when little kids play dress up and they wear like all sorts of crazy stuff? Ah, shit. Now he's... Yeah, fans. Let's go. Oh, some earrings. Hurry to put on a pair of earrings that match your outfit. Where the time is running short. Really? I can put like time is running short and I'm over here like adding every single thing imaginable to my outfit. Yeah, let's do that. A necklace. Turning back to the mirror, you let Liz drape your best necklace around your neck and clasp it together at the back. Bracelet. You slip the bracelet around your wrist and make sure you really can't add everything. A watch. Grabbing your watch from your bedside table, you fastened it around your wrist and quickly checked the time. It's almost time to go! A belt. You slipped a belt around your waist and fastened the buckle, nodding at your reflection of approval. A ring! You couldn't leave home without slipping on that. Holding your hand up in the light, you quietly admired the way it glinted. An anklet. You had to quickly remove your shoes to slip on the anklet before stepping back into them again. A hat. It took a minute or so to rummage through your wardrobe to find it, but you gave it outfit a extra special touch. A button vest. It was a formal event after all, and you couldn't think of a better time to wear it. I'm regretting putting this idea. A tie. Liz took the item from your hands and helped tie it around your neck correctly. You stepped in front of the mirror when she was done, nodding in approval. A shawl. Just in case it got cold during the evening, you need a shawl to drape over your shoulders. We look like a mess right now. And that was everything. With that. Makeup! Oh my god. If we add makeup, let's elongate the time even more. We're gonna be so fucking late. Yellow hair. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's coming true. Leaning up in front of the mirror again, you grabbed your makeup bag and applied what you needed. Oh my god, let's go! Can I select everything here too? Yeah, mascara. With your lashes fanned out like that, your eyes really stood out. I'm doing this in the wrong order, but too bad. Nail polish. Liz has always been the best at applying nail polish, and you knew that she could help you get it done right away. We're gonna be so fucking late. Eyeshadow. You choose a color to complement the rest of the look and swiped it over your eyelid, taking care to blend it well. Foundation. Using a small sponge, you apply the base over your skin to help make it smooth and glowing. Blush. You swept your blush across the apple of your cheeks. Lipstick. You apply your lipstick carefully, smoothing your lips together to make sure the cover was even. Bronzer. A sun-kissed glow would work perfectly with your outfit. Dipping your brush in the bronzer you dusted a golden color of lip gloss. Popping the wand out of the tube, you apply glossy streak. Okay. Eyeliner. You carefully apply the liner to give your eyes more definition and presence. False lashes. Oh god. It took a little time, but you were able to nicely apply some extended lashes. Drawn over brows. Oh god. You used the makeup to change the look and shape of your brows. It turned out well. Body glitter. You applied some glitter on a few parts of your body for extra shine. And that was everything.
Oh?
You're really going all in orange. Oh, what gave you that impression, Cove? What? Why would you think that? Of course. Finally, you were dressed. It all finally, emphasis on finally. It all come together. Just gotta change my shirt and I'll be in the car. See you in a minute. When you look at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling out her lips. You look very nice, Mai. I mean, it's not something I would wear, but I mean, yes, you look very nice. Nice. Yes, I do look good, don't I? You admire your reflection in the mirror, happy with the outfit you picked out. Liz wiped the pretend tear away from her finger, sniffing dramatically. Oh, precious Mai, you've really all grown up. It happened in a blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door. Alright, time to get downstairs. Your special boy awaits. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room, where your moms were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, they both stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. Looks wonderful, Mai.
Nice.
And very mature, too. No, right? Oh god. I can't... Like, the image I have in my brain of what the outfit looks like does not match their reactions, and it's very funny. You look great. They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mom by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. Yeah, right? Sorry, I had to... throat. You enjoyed attention, thank you, son. I already got this from Liz. Yes, thank you. It felt a little strange to have everyone's attention on you, but you liked it nonetheless. Liz smiled at you from where she stood, her expression soft. Guess we gotta do it ourselves. I was actually thinking that, like, after the stream was over, I'm like, I gotta visualize it somehow. Right? It's weird seeing your parents age. Like, it makes sense where you're like, ah, yeah, that would happen. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms wrapped around you, and then a third. Both Mom and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight.
Hope you have a lot of fun tonight.
Have fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. With one last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. Stepping out into the light, you closed the door behind you gently and got across the street. Cove was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he had been watching your house from the moment you come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Mai. Hey, hope you're ready to do this. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him. It was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. He looked you over as well, a subtle blush creeping over his face as he quickly cleared his throat and averted his gaze. Oh my god, no, I'm gonna laugh at this moment because of all the shit we put on. You seem to be struggling to find something to say, rubbing
the exposed part of his arm awkwardly. Thank you for coming with me. Dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit is good. Better than good, really. Great, I guess. Something else. So, yeah. His gaze traveled downward to take in your full form, and he suddenly froze, his eyes widening at the very bottom. You were confused by the reaction. Is it your shoes, or... He gave you no answers, simply turning his very red face away from you. You wish you knew what had done it, but you could be grateful, at least something. But you could be grateful at least something about your look had. What? Grateful at least something about you? Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, Cove. I know it's a lot. It's okay if you don't. Right, like, what? His eyes froze at the bottom. So what? Was it the anklet? What is this? No. Yeah. First Uno. Glanced over him from head to toe, noting that his shirt, pants, and shoes were all very shiny and new. Very nice indeed. He ducked his head a little to hide his expression, but you didn't need to see it to know that he was pleased that you had said so. Thanks. Then he shook his head, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder spoke.
Come on.
We should probably get going. I don't want to be late to such a good event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelt. You're on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone. Cove navigated. It took some time to find the right address, and once you were there, you were met with the task of finding a parking spot. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable space, before realizing that it required payment. Oh no! Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Oh, holy shit, this is fancy. What aquarium on the walls? What the... What is this fancy? Whoa. Whoa. And they have plates with cloth napkins and it's all folded pretty. Wow. Okay. And they have two things to cover the table, not just one tablecloth? Wow, that's... Okay, I'll shut up. Despite the small holdup, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list, before being shown into the dining area. Wolf whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had expected. How many dates? Dude, the date started when we met each other. It just never stopped. It's been a date this entire 18 years. Wait, no, that's too long. 10 years. So nice. Best looking event I've ever been. It's nice. You had to be impressed by the work that had gone into making everything look this lovely, and how everyone had dressed up in their best outfits for the night. Marriage is a... Exactly. Marriage is a lifelong date. Yeah, because we got married at 8. I said so. I didn't actually, but I could have. You had to be impressed by the work... Oh, wait, no. Seeing Cove smile as he took in the sights made you think he must be feeling the same way. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din in the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders. Wait. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcoming smile and a hello. Yeah, we weren't friends, but we got married. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, leader? Oh my, we're glad you can make it, especially after all the hard work that you've done to make this night happen.
Of course.
Definitely. I wasn't gonna miss it. Hi. This is our big night. Of course we had to see what we were working towards.
Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're always welcome to help out with the activities whenever they come up. Thank you. Cove shrugged in, eyes darting in her eyes with an awkward look.
So...
Let me plug. Okay. Anyway. I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding towards between the guests, offering drinks and canopies. Cove approached various people as you wound your way through the guests. You managed broaching new conversations as well. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assumed must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for the speeches. You and Cove looked for your table, finding it easily enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though they weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off the speeches by giving a warm welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orca, which you supposed was the guests who weren't part of the organization, and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orca's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. When she read off a list of several volunteers who worked on making the event happen, Cove's name was one of the first to come up. His chest puffed out in pride at that. Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. Or looked over at Cove? Whatever, it's the same. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers over the top of his knees. Pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. It was good to see all his hard work paying off, but his giddiness was also funny. Before the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were sending the first course of the menu. Guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you, and you thanked them quietly, before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for the event received the vegan or vegetarian version. There were also small baskets of bread set around the table. You ate both salad and bread. Cove wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. Hope next part comes out soon, and is bigger. You can hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. Yeah, like, I don't know, when they put bread on the table, it's like... Man, just eating bread and you start getting full and you're like, why did I even come here? I could just eat bread. He glanced around the table and you followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone else was still eating the salad. Slapping his hand midair, he quickly pulled back and rested it on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself, and he looked a little out of place here. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. Hey, do you like the salad? It's too small. Still pretty hungry. Yeah, me too. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. Gave Cove a pat on the head. You made silly faces at the other guests when they weren't looking. Are we 3 years old? You pick up a breadstick. Oh wait, that's cute. You discreetly flip. Oh my god. That's for the asshole playthrough. Take the breadstick, Cove. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand, looking choked up by your reassurance. He munched away on it happily, seeming more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving, and the various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water.
Save that for the better. Yeah, you can only do that in bed. Head pats. And holding hands. Anything else, if you do that in public, you might as well be, I forgot the term for it, but you know what I mean. Chicken steak, meat. What if I don't like chicken or steak? And I don't want to eat a vegan or vegetarian meal. Exhibitionist? Is that the name for it? Oh. Chicken. Plate of perfectly roasted chicken and vegetables set in front of you, with a delectable pale gravy. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started to dig in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. You're gonna choke if you keep inhaling your food like that. You flicked something at him while he was off guard. You sent her to pee in a clear spot. Wow, we are 5 years old. You sent her to pee in a clear spot on your plate, taking the time to get the angle right. He wasn't gonna notice that you were doing what you were doing as long as he had food in front of him. When it was perfect, you struck the tiny thing and it hit him directly on the side of his cheek. He bolted upright in shock, almost choking on his mouthful of food. The look he gave you was far from impressed, but his eyes still held a glint of amusement. You threw your gaze away from it innocently, as though you had done nothing at all. When you peeked to see if you had gotten off scot-free, he rolled his eyes and returned to his meal. You chuckled lightly between your breath, and he did the same, thoroughly entertained. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert, a lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. The mix of white and bold strokes of blue made the little scoop look like a ball of rolling ocean waves. The effect was really pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. You're such a big baby. No. Yeah, we can get more dessert later. I don't know what kind. You know, like every shop is like closed after midnight. I don't know how late this event is going to end, but I don't know. Like maybe Dunkin' Donuts is open. Gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He fumbled for defense.
I mean,
It was just really good, that's all. Now it's gone. I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged it to show that he was really fine. You want to bite of my dessert? Oh yeah, maybe grocery store is open. And we can buy dessert. Like, when you go to Walmart or whatever. Wait, no, all grocery stores have it now, where they have like packaged pastries, like a box of cookies. Or cake or whatever. Oh my god, we're gonna feed it to him. Here comes the airplane, Cove. He scooped up a spoonful of your sorbet and offered to him, holding the hand beneath it to avoid any drips. His eyes widened as he eyed the dessert hungrily, surprised by the offer. Recovering quickly, he leaned forward over the table, lifting out of the chair a little as he ate the treat from your spoon. As he sat back, humming happily with his mouth full, he couldn't help but smile at the sight. Cove swallowed the I can't say this. Fox. In my mind, I just read Fox Ocean and let out a satisfied sigh. Even though it wasn't that much more, the simple fact that he had gotten more hit the spot.
thanks.
Thanks, Mai. Welcome. You were pleased to see he was perkier, and you went back to eating the rest of your dessert. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. He spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organization was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to continue volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his sorry, hiccup. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on a hand.
listening attentively to the words. Faux. Yo, faux. Right. Fox. As they came to a conclusion, everyone gave them a round of applause. Cove caught your eye and smiled. Wonder what would happen now. Then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on, projecting a waterlight effect across the room. The guests gushed over the ambient. You looked around with wide eyes at the ripples on the wall. The DJ had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background, announced that the floor was open for dancing, and slowly turned the volume up and drifted through the space. When you glanced at Cove, his eyebrows had shot up and he mumbled quietly.
Huh.
Know that it would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd... I mean, well... I don't think you would go to an event like this by yourself, but anyway. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. Cove let his gaze float over the small sea of guests. He seemed lost in thought. A serious expression had settled on his face, making his eyebrows dip. Slowly he turned to you, though there was something cautious in his approach.
Well...
Would you want to dance with me? Yeah, of course! He let out a stuttering laugh, relieved. Oh, that's good. He nodded firmly as he rose from his seat, though you noticed his hands shaking at the sides. You walked out onto the floor together, hesitating a little when you turned and stood face to face. Cove had a hard time meeting your eyes, but he lifted a hand for you to take, unsure of what else he meant to do. You accepted his hand easily and gave him an encouraging smile. It took some doing, but amidst your nervous laughter, you managed to find a comfortable enough position and set a rhythm to the music. It was quite nice after that. Every time your eyes met Cove's, he would look away quickly, but he seemed to be enjoying the dance nonetheless. Eventually, he felt comfortable enough to speak. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if you meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it didn't really matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove have been neighbors, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
Glad we ended up here. He gave you a small look and you beamed, knowing that could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain that he didn't only mean here, at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. But to tell your dad things, oh my god. Oh, what do I do? They're all embarrassing. Hold on. Where's my dice? Let me check. Oh yeah. Uno reverse. Party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came up to the podium on stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck a bit in a crowd. Though Cove was so tall, you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across its expanse. Eventually you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicle and buckled up. The trip home was quiet as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over, just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar. You found yourself back in your neighborhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it in park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah, After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down to the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. You stopped in the middle of the street, right between your house and his, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together as though he had suddenly thought better of it. This is kinda awkward. There's an unusual atmosphere hanging about. It's hard to know what to say. Yeah. Kick him. He gave you a small poke in return, blinking heavily as he smiled at you.
Night.
I might. With a last wispy smile, he left towards the front door. Figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer, you crossed the remainder of the road. Same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked over at Cove from your shoulder. Eyebrows lifted in surprise to see that he was doing the same, holding his front door open but waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone else was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally at home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in darkness, before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was so strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. An unconsciousness creeped up on you. You felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you get to experience next. Right, that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh god, we got so much shit on our face right now. Oh, I thought it was gonna end. No, is there someone at our window again? Oh my god. And then you were taken away from dreams, right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together, fully unprepared to be a part of the waking world again. The day was over and had been an eventful one. Dump your face in the sink and hope. Wow, whoever could that person be by the window? If only makeup came off that easily. You can just put your face in water and it like dissolves. But nah. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from your window. It's Jeremy. No, Cove Holden. Slowly first, you went over to Ryan. You extricated yourself from your bed, yawning. You stretched your arms and then made your way to the window. There was another tap right before you arrived. When you pulled it wide open, Cove was indeed there. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your ledge. However, you were taken aback to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was weird because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean, or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Cove smiled sheepishly. Am I? Hi. Nice to see you, Romeo. Again. You moved aside and let him climb inside. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you now he was holding something. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged.
I mean...
I did go home after eating, but I knew I wasn't gonna be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. Needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped hands together hands where you could see them. But then something happened, and so I have something I want to show you. Cove grinned like a child, gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Oh, it's a firefly! Delicately, he moved his hands closer so you can see the creature better. Oh!
You're back.
Oh, Cove! He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by the insect companion. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why, it's just, we were kind of late. I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his first thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, but he looked away, not meeting you.
It's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. You can see them again. Technically, fireflies aren't even gone. They're just eggs and larvae. No. Cove looked at your face, his smile now fragile. Makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye. Together again. Day after day, you're here. Even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. I'll always be there whenever you want to see me. Wait, why do I have options? What? Oh. Come on, Cove, you're being sappy. This is why I'm bad at ultimate games. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's more options? I don't even know. Oh, never mind. Oh shit, did I mess up? Should I go back instead of just saying, oh, Cove? That's true. Actually, I mean, like, at this point, do we even need to say anything? Like, shouldn't everyone know? The slow burn has been burning for such a long time. Okay. I mean, if anyone's gotta do it, it's gotta be us, right? Because we all know that Cove doesn't have the balls to do- I mean, what? Your heart started to pound. The harsh beat drowned out all the other sounds. You stared at him with a firm gaze. You both had known each other for so long. You were such good friends. You cared about each other so much. Although your feelings had changed, that didn't mean that they hadn't grown strong. It's hard to take the step. It becomes something else. This was it. You weren't going to keep your feelings to yourself any longer. You were no longer emotionally constipated. Oh my god. Cove's expression shifted into something concerned. His brow was furrowed as he waited for your response. There's something fragile there, sure. The bottom one? I don't know what to do. Wait, okay, hold on. I don't know what to do, but the dice will know how to do it. The dice will figure it out. Because all of these things are just the same thing. Save here. No, I mean, like, here's the thing, like, Cove isn't gonna reject us. That's, like, they told us in the tutorial that, like, Cove's feelings to us will mirror our feelings to Cove. So if we like him, then he'll like us back. But if we're indifferent towards him, then he's also indifferent towards us. Like, it's just like that. But anyway, no, important. Oh my god, the dice. The dice chose option 5. Oh, okay. Yeah, we should be a couple already.
The rapid pulse inside of seemed to grow even more deafening. Well, that's it. That's what you needed to know. What do you think? Cove froze up, face stuck on the shocked expression. Well, you noticed a slight tremble travel through his body as he dark red. He swallowed hard.
Oh my god.
His eyebrows furrowed, and he openly struggled with his words. He made several false starts, unintelligible pieces and parts of thoughts. Finally, his voice cracking all the while, he got something out. Really? It's okay. Take me. You... with me? It was like he could barely process it, as if he never thought reality would let him have this. He started sniffling. Oh, Cove! No, do you need a hug, Cove? I'm just so glad. I scrubbed at his eyes. His voice went soft then. Thought I was ruining everything. Felt so bad after we've been like this for... How could I ask to change it? I couldn't stop my... This isn't just me. You feel that way too. Dom faltered, causing the firefly to fly off. He recentered himself, looking into your gold eye. His lips quirked into a shy smile as he let out a laugh so airy it was nearly a cough. Ah! Now you knew. You both knew. It was out in the open. There wasn't anything to hide. You jumped into his arms, piggyback again. No! No, at these points you kiss. Reached out to him, letting the distance between the string. Within seconds, you were close enough to feel his breath on your face. You saw the moment it dawned on you. Both looked nervous but determined, and brought his face to you. Your noses brushed together when he paused, unable to will himself to move further, but you could. You bridged the slight distance that remained, and both didn't need further encouragement from you. He kissed you in return almost urgently. You weren't expecting such fervor for someone as hesitant. To him, if you didn't do it now, if you didn't take this chance, it was as though you'd slip away from him. You knew this was right. When you looked into Ko's face again, his smile was sparkling bright, so much more than the firefly he had brought you. His eyes pricked with tears, and he sniffled. But you could recognize equal joy taking over. You were both happy together. You were together and happy. Yeah, wipe the tears away, Cove. Do you need a hug, Cove? You carefully brushed aside the tiny water drops with your thumb. Cove bashfully leaned into your caress. He ducked his head with a childish giddiness and peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. Thanks for waiting for me. Why are there so many options? I don't know. Yeah, it was a wait. In this situation, like Maya's probably mostly silent, right? And it's just like the back of their brain is like, ah. Hey. Oh, you're gonna have to tell everybody this, aren't we? Your mom's, my parents, Liz, Terry, Miranda. I don't think they'll be surprised. He smiled at you with an unabashed preciousness. You figured that even without your history, if anyone caught Cove looking at you like that, it'd be obvious exactly how he felt. Another 5. His openness of character had some truly delightful benefits. He must have been making an expression equally as affectionate, because he began to fluster again. He made some stuttering chuckles and then quieted down, his mouth forcefully staying closed. We both took a moment to process. After 10 years of being together, you were officially a couple now. Both looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There's hope in his smile. You go on a hill with me? There's still Firefly. Yeah, let's go. Both brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became...
So
how should we leave? We could try the door. We don't have to do the window thing. Maybe that'd bother your family. You both chuckled at how awkward it would be if your mom's, or worse Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. Yeah, no, let's crawl out the window. Let's go through the window. Hove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an event. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed, and you were still in your jammies. You let Cove go first. He stepped back on the ledge as you carefully followed. He shuffled along, and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove jumped to the garage, then the fence, then lowered himself down. It was easy for him. Yeah, because he's been doing it a lot. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words up to where you were waiting.
are you okay?
Do you want help? Yeah, sure. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you about halfway down and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax and focus. You strolled further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then, without warning, Cove plopped back up. Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his formal attire in the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limbs out. He was clearly getting quite comfortable in the dirt there. Yeah, lay down. He sat down first and then fell back. You could see the stars when you looked up at the night sky. Where's my dice? Where's my dice? I can't make these decisions by myself. Arm. He was warm in contrast to the chilly ground. Cove returned your embrace with his free arm, tucking lightly around the base of your neck. Rested his head again. Wonder if Dad will be mad about the stains. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. Maybe you should figure out how to clean it before he finds out. His smile bent a little. It went silent between them. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs and faraway crashes of waves on the sea. I couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Seeing this in your room, it almost felt like a different world. Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you had never actually stopped dreaming. He stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. That little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered the same as you. What you had was real. Rolling race! Oh my god, we are 5 years old. For a race, we can see who can roll down the hill faster. Cove chuckled and crossed his knees casually. How would we tell who won? We'd both be rolling. We could shout it, or maybe we could do a quick check for the other as soon as we reach the bottom. He tilted his head towards you and crossed his legs. Already in position. Let's do it. With a smile, you wondered if he had a disadvantage in his formal wear. Then again, it wasn't like pajamas was made for rolling either. And even though you were already on the ground, twisted the way
you were settled to be more prepared. Then you stared each other down. It was almost time. This was serious business.
Right.
You know the rules. On the count of 3. Nodding, you tucked your limbs in tight and prepared yourself. 1, 2, 3, go! You hurled your body sideways, and you can only imagine Cove was doing the same. You were rolling, and then the hill was suddenly over. It felt like a much shorter trip than it used to. You stuck your dizzied head into the air and locked eyes with Cove. He was down there already as well. Both of you were breathing heavily with satisfied expressions creeping onto you. Why? Why? Both of you were okay. Made it down first. Look, we tied. Did you see who won? I didn't. Cove looked amused and unsuccessfully hid a laugh spinning hand to hand. No, that was a tie. Cove dropped back to his side and rolled the rest of the way over to you. Upon arrival, he reached out and pulled you into an embrace. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing and relaxed into it. An hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to realize the world had been filling his head during the quiet. Oh, to release the... Shit, I am realizing the world. Release the words. Read, she. Release the words. So glad I get to be with you. Felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open, honest, and full of sincerity. He meant every word. No matter how much it didn't seem real, it was. It felt as though this was a night that would never end. But you knew it would have to, soon. You were only grateful to be a part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You would never let yourself forget them. Ah! Cove! 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 Wait. Oh no, I looted it! Shit! I fucked up! No! I fucked up! I fucked up! No! No, don't even look. Just don't even look at me. I fucked up. I fucked up and loaded this. It hasn't. Oh right. Oh, autosave. No, that's autoplay. Okay. Oh, auto. Ah, yes, okay. We're all fine. It's all good. It's all good. I clicked the wrong one. I wanted to save on top. Okay. It's all fine. We're still with Cove. It's okay. And I don't have to go through an emotionally taxing confession scene again. It's hard. I don't know. It's okay. Nothing happened. Everything is a-okay. Because we're gonna drive. Nothing happened. It's all good. Like a lazy cat, you stretch your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. Shit, now that I think about it, what if we had done... What if we had done the dinner party, like, and had a confession and everything before the other moments, you know? Like, the dialogue would have been different, right? That's a lot of work. That's a lot of writing. Props to the game devs. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you, today was all about relaxation. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. You were stretched out across him as he sat on the couch. You had your feet propped up on one of the armrests, and used Cove as a comfy cushion beneath your head, totally settled in. Cove gently wound his fingers through your hair as he rested on his legs, equally at ease. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations. You'd almost dozed off completely, when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cove pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again.
Oh.
It's my mom. After leaning forward and setting the phone on the coffee table in front of him, Cove hit the speaker button. Hey, what's up? Maya's here too.
Hi.
Kyra, your hair is so pretty. Okay. Alright, good night. Hi, Cove. Hi, Maya. Kyra. Hey, Mom 3. Oh my god. Mom 3. You knew your forwardness was making Cove regret putting it on the speaker, but you were alright with that.
Cove, baby, I wanted to ask you if you have a plan for all your junk.
Cove made a small, outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. It's not junk, it's important. Though you couldn't see it, you can tell by the sound of her voice that Kyra was smiling.
Aha.
But is that a yes or a no about the plan?
He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile. Still thinking about it. I'm gonna take the phone off speaker so me and Mom can go over this. It'll be quick. Cove carefully moved you off him and took the phone from the table before pushing himself to his feet. He hit the speaker button again to turn it off and continued the conversation with his mom as he headed towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and you sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from its charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from the thoughts of Cove and his phone call with all the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective way to kill the time, and he had managed to do various little things when the door opened again. Cove returned. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figured the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. He crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting them while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head.
Hey.
Back. Welcome back. Uno reverse. He met you with a quick peck before pulling back quickly, a flush of pink staining his cheeks. Everything okay? Everything's fine, just... He turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair and letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but you couldn't imagine why.
Fine.
It's fine. Nothing to worry about. You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side and trying to meet his eye. That doesn't explain what's going on. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later, some other time. He was transparently avoiding the truth. You stared back at him seriously, an indication that you weren't going to ignore what he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, hanging his head in his hands and groaning. Needed to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff out there that I'm not going to use, so I'll have to go pick it up. It wouldn't make sense to ship it. I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time since I flew. Oh. Suddenly you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it'd be best to do it now. It's still kind of free, but... Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look. You could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there, and for even longer than usual. I don't have to leave right It's our last summer like this. Hackett. Yeah, Cove, you're cute. Showed how much he appreciated being there and spending time with you. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lips.
Oh,
Suddenly his eyebrows jumped and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. What? You should come with me. I mean, I get that the two of us live next door to each other. Mom lives in another state. My trips there are usually to spend time with her, just the two of us. This time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, and then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. Most of the time will be spent in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom again in her place. Maybe we can find something cool to break on the way. You couldn't stop yourself from smiling at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself in.
please?
I just feel like it could be fun. Please, could you think about it? I don't even need to think about it. I want to go. A road trip sounds fun. I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. He put both his hands on your cheeks, kissing your Then he wraps his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh.
I'm so glad.
This is so great. I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around Cove's work schedule, which he brought up on his phone to double check. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. Yeah, excited. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an early wake up. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organized all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over at Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove learned how to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. It was pretty old at this point, but had served both of them well so far. You just hope it had enough life in it left to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of the door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off his pants and tilted his head toward the car. That's it. Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag where you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
Alright.
We should get started. Gonna be a ways to go. Woo! Let's get this show on the road! He chuckled at your enthusiasm, shaking his head slightly. The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up. Cove in the driver's seat and you shooting a shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming on the trip with me. Of course, it's no problem. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Shitting sus. Shush. Shush! No! I can't talk clearly. I'm trying. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static mixed with old snippets of song filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do.
Eventually, he settled on a classic rock station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. It's okay. Yeah. He smiled, happy with the answer. Time flew by, and with it, the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. Neither of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. You had become all too used to each other's company over the years. Eventually, Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I have spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at a world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky. Luckily, the sunbeams weren't going right into your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. Yeah, that's a great flavor.
Right?
Alright, eat whenever you want to. I brought a bunch of everything. Stretching out the seatbelt to give yourself space, you twisted in your spot and reached into the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Here. Thanks. Do you mind opening it? His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks, and you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. Want me to feed them to you? We're driving. But morbid curiosity. No, but we're driving! Nah, it'll be funny. His eyes widened, a hint of a blush creeping over his cheeks, but he steadfastly continued to face the road. No, that's okay. Can you just pour a few in my hand? Yeah, sure. Thanks. Cove held out one outstretched hand. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the back again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips in his mouth, crunching loudly. He wiped his hand on his pants absent-mindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. Like a little kid. Nice. You couldn't stop the amused sound that escaped you, and when Cove raised a questioning eyebrow, you simply shook your head. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point, you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas and make a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a orange light. Hope informed that there wasn't too much longer left to go. You were almost there. Oh, I'm bad at driving long distance. Stay alert, yeah. You appreciated it. You managed to start journey together. When night eventually fell in a blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cove pulled into the parking lot of Kyra's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh.
Huh.
We made it. We're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You were relieved to have actually arrived, and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kyra opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms. Kyra! There he is, my gigantic baby boy. She squeezed him for a moment and then pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than the last time I saw you?
Cove gave her a fond look as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. I say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. Kyra simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips.
Why, it's so nice you came along with. As a bonus, you both arrived in one piece.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Kyra beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily.
So, how was the trip? I admit, I was just a pinch worried.
Barely made it. Oh. Here, Cove. It was fine. No problems for us. Kyra clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrists jiggling. Or jingling?
I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from?
Cove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked up at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentally off with the wave of her hand.
You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning in any whoosies. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've only got my room in Cove's, though the living room couch isn't bad.
I can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in the room. It doesn't matter. Harry laughed out loud, startling you both. You raised an eyebrow at her outburst, giving her a quizzical look.
Oh yeah, you'll just stay on the floor. You couldn't handle that much back when you were 13 with both your parents in the room.
Oh, right, because we got Cove to crawl up in the loft with us. Oh my god. Cove blushed a dark red and gaped, completely unprepared for her to pull out that embarrassing moment from the past.
Hey!
Mom! It's cruel to tease the poor boy so late, even if it's true. Cove hung his head in defeated embarrassment, while you and Kyra chuckled together.
You're right, I'm just so happy you're here.
I don't know. I'll take the floor. Cove shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately.
No.
You're the guest. Alright, I'll have the bed. Thank you for offering. So, would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be out there. Oh, I'd rather be there than out in a living room, even if there is the couch. Yeah, you can sleep there. Kyra giggled softly, drawing your attention back to her.
All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. Seems like you're setting yourselves up to not get any. I know that sounds really captious, but I'm a mom. I have to say these things.
Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults, right, Maya? Yes, very responsible. Well, I am Cove though. Oh my god. Cove is. I can't say this. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Yes. She gave you two a suspicious look. You stood up straighter, trying to prove your point.
I'll leave it at that then for now. Just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment.
If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. We'll be good.
Marvelous.
Perfect.
Kara claps her hands together, her bracelets softly tinkling against each other again.
It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed.
He nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile.
I'll play hostess for a sec and show you where the bathroom is first, Mai. And where you'll be staying for the night.
Thank you. You hosted your traveling bag back over your shoulder and followed behind Kyra down the hallway. Cove shuffled along beside you, or behind you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mom had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small, but nicely decorated in soft, cool colors, with plenty of artwork hanging on the walls to give it character. It was stylish and exactly what you would have expected from someone like Kyra. My god. Wait, why is everyone's room so nice and fancy? What the? After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kyra goodnight, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. He had changed into a sleeper for the night, as well and set aside his glasses already. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment, but with small ocean elements. You were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. All in all, the room was pretty and clean, though it almost looked more like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Yeah. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year here, so it made sense that it wasn't especially lived in.
So?
You think? It's pretty nice, huh? Mom always keeps it clean, even when I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Well, I'm glad you like it. He seemed pleased enough with the response and gave you a small smile before opening the zip on his bag. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers, just as Cove was shuffling into his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from outside peeked through the blinds, casting shadows over the floor. You closed your eyes, blocking everything.
Night.
Night, Mai. Night, Cove. Sleep well. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night. You found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. The noise out there was so different to what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past, people having fun, instead of crashing waves and the ocean winds, cocooning your house in their arms. Cove shifted around in his sleeping bag, making the fabric crinkle loud. Outgrown this thing. I should have checked it earlier. The trip was kind of short notice. Are you really sure you don't want the bed? I don't mind trading places. It's alright. It's more important that you're coming.
Don't worry about it.
You're already doing me a big favor by coming here in the first place. Just let me do this one thing. That's what I want for the trip, okay? Pursing your lips tight, you give a small nod and admitted defeat. Alright, I'll have the bed. Thanks, Cove. You made a small noise but said no more. Then, accepting a sigh, you pulled the covers up in your chin. I forgot to save at a certain part.
Don't worry. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, the next day dawned, bringing with it the sound of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the light as you tried to recall where you were, and remembering the unfamiliar sight of Cove's second bedroom. Haha, any whoosies. Any whoosies. Reached over to turn off the alarm. Just woke up like. Early morning sun filtered through the blinds, telling you it was time to get out of bed and start getting ready for the day. The sound of Cove shuffling around the room drew your attention, though you weren't surprised. He had always been a morning person. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above your head. Felt okay. Considering the long drive the day before in the late night, you were feeling ready to get the day started. Though you weren't as perky as him, his energy was infectious. Good morning. You pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing a fresh change of clothes and toiletries, before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. He was sitting on the floor when you entered, sort of sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to find. Hey.
Hey.
Hey. You pull out the stuff in his drawers. You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Heading over to those drawers, you started the task of taking out various items and setting them on the ground in front of Cove. Oh hey, look at this. When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath the bed.
Neat.
Here's something I definitely need to bring. Neat. Turning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. An old yellowing book. When you opened it up, there was a few dried pressed flowers between the pages. Those had been gifts you'd given for him for his mom's place. Something for him to remember you by, to make his time here less lonely. You kept them the whole time. All the care packages? I was only lending you those. I think I'll take them back now. His eyes widened in alarm, but upon seeing the smile that was playing on your lips, he chuckled softly. I think you should probably just continue lending them to me.
It's nice.
These are special. It was important having a piece of you with me. I feel the same way. That's why I gave them to you. Bo smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual. But then the expression became more amused. Did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? Nope. He shook his head with a grin. Thanks. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see that you were making great progress with Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a minute to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed, feeling productive. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gun he had been using to seal up his boxes. He raised an eyebrow. No, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. Hydration. Right. Yeah, why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant and his voice quiet when he spoke next.
That's...
During the visits to Mom. During the visits to Mom, when I was sitting alone in this room, I sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time that you weren't around. Now that you are here, in its exact place, it's... I don't know how to explain it. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he said enough already and didn't want to risk sounding silly. Well, life is pretty confusing is all. Yes. But I think we've both managed to navigate it well enough so far. He smiled slightly, nodding his head a little. Yeah, I hope so. He looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet, the last of the items to be sorted. Before long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combined though. Have been thoroughly combed through, with the items either neatly packed up in boxes or organized and returned to their proper place. With a sigh of relief, you glanced around the bedroom and the work he had done together.
Alright.
Done. Good job to us. I'm gonna change out of my PJs for the drive. Yeah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kyra in the kitchen, pouring a cup of tea. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early.
Come on.
Are you crazy? Of course I had to see you off before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him, and in all honesty, it seemed more than happy to be up, getting ready for the day. You want some breakfast? I've got some, Huh? Wait, what is this? I really don't know. What? Help me. Old breakfast dish.
Muesli.
Muesli? Muesli? What the heck is muesli? Oh, this is muesli? The thing that you see on all those healthy breakfast sites? There's a name for this? Okay. Well, the more you know, I guess. Got some muesli, eggs and toast? Oh, and some of that fruity cereal you used to love. That's okay. That cereal's probably expired at this point. I mean, we should really eat on the road. Kyra smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but she seemed to understand that your time was running thin. Thought you might say that. In that case, I've packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyway, just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home. Tell him I said hi.
Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kyra had prepared for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. You really didn't have to. Thanks for the snacks.
I'm sure they'll come in handy with this guy around. Cove scoffed and playfully rolled his eyes, earning a giggle from Kyra. I don't doubt it. Like father, like son. She returned your smile with one of her own before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help you get the car packed.
Sure.
Sure, thanks. The three of you got a move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the backseat of the car, until there was barely an inch of space left in the back and trunk. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything. You were done before you knew it. Then it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment where Kyra looked over at the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time. It's good to see you too, Mom. Cove embraced her in return, and the two of them holding onto each other for a few seconds longer. Miss you. I'll visit again soon.
Of course.
You better. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit too. Oh, hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I love that. Kara bundled all the stuff she prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. It was fruit, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled eggs, and some veggie sticks.
Cool.
Wow, how healthy. Oh, good to see we've got some fresh food options. The snacks I brought weren't. Kara shook her head at him and let out a soft sigh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than at home. Yeah, of course, just not on trips. I can live with that then. She looked over him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. Gonna miss you, baby.
Me too.
Thanks for letting us come. It's no problem at all. You're welcome anytime. Kara put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight sides for one final squeeze.
Bye.
Have a safe trip. We will. With a last goodbye, you exited the apartment. Though Cove hesitated for a moment in the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step toward him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, green hair swaying from side to side.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With that, the two of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on a wide open road, with a car full of Cove's things, and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smoothly as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. The day flew by in a whirl of open road and sunshine. Before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he planned a little stop on the way. He was quite pleased with himself as he arrived to the precipice. Oh my god, it's Redwood National Park! Shaded beneath a canopy of enormous redwood trees, you drove along. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out. First thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage. There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. Not even real. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, right? Smiled at you from over the roof of the car, before glancing around the place. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? It's cool going on a journey and seeing the forest on person, even if we didn't stay for very long.
So...
I guess we can stay for even less this time, but oh well. It just seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance. His voice got a little softer at the end. It seemed to be bittersweet to him, being in a place that he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. There's plenty to look at, and it was a good chance to refuel with some snacks and water before heading out again. Man, choices. Thanks for being here. Rare chances. I'll put up with you for the trees. Oh my god. Bye. Cove laughed, dragging his gaze away from the trees for long enough to smile at you. Oh, it must be so terrible for you. The two of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods. It kind of put your view of it kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of birdsong and the cool breeze rustling through the underbrush, taking advantage of the space to move freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in that old car for hours and hours. Oh my god, hand holding? We're not even married yet! Oh, He seemed tense at first, but he didn't let go. Eventually, he intertwined his fingers with yours, slowly relaxing. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken here all that time ago. There were lots of things that reminded you of it recently. You looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and you wondered if any of it crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, you thought back on what had been the highlight of that long-gone vacation. Umbrella bird stole your dad's lunch. Like, I feel like I should say the first one, but I want to say the last one. We'll be a roommate. There's barely enough room for the two of us, but it was fun. Both chuckled and shook his head at the moment. It was memorable, especially when I got caught up there by my parents in the morning. He laughed, and soon enough you were joining with him. It was pretty embarrassing for him at the time, but you're glad that he could look back and laugh about it now. Continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own, but you were also surprised to hear a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened that there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place certainly had a nostalgic quality to it about it. Your spirits were light as you ambled past information boards and picnic areas. But before long, you decided it was time to bring the short stop to an end, head back to the car to get on the road. Cove sighed when you finally reached the vehicle, dangling the keys in his hand before.
Well,
Wish we didn't have. But we're going to be responsible and stay longer than we should. How grown up of you. He smiled slightly, and with that, the two of you jumped in the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. You were getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though we're still far away enough that the radio stations were unfamiliar. Oh hey! It's Cove! Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song that he seemed to like. This was a rare gift from the fates in the sea of static, strange radio jockeys, grating tunes. His face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. Sitting back in the seat, he bobbed his head and shimmied his shoulders in time to the tune, all while mouthing along to the words. Occasionally, he even lifted one hand on the wheel to gesture with his fingers for a specific line. Cove looked over and rolled his eyes with a smile, clearly enjoying himself despite everything. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your hand on your hand and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into more familiar. The miles went on, and any energy earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined your home and family would be there together soon. I spent all these years living in Sunset Bird, taking a few weeks each summer visiting my second room. It's not gonna happen anymore.
I mean,
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed. Forever. He paused, the silence stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. Cove stared straight ahead, down the long road. The path looked like it never ended from where you were, but that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words to say.
I'm so glad.
Wait, yesterday was the second anniversary? Really? Wow, my timing is so good. I think it was good. I think it's good that we were able to do this trip. Not any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. I don't know. I feel a little more independent now. A little more ready for what's ahead. Yeah. It's like a real first step to be it's like a real first step to be on our own all the time. You'll be here before we know it. The topic seemed to wear on Cove, and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. So I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you. He cleared his throat quietly, though said nothing more. He smiled to himself, or you smiled to yourself a little at hearing him say something like that out loud. I'm gonna miss it too. And with the feelings confirmed as mutual, two of you fell into a comfortable silence. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted on a canvas of blue. The scenery continued transitioning between open roads, industrial areas, and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing hazy. It was a strange reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough, the world would return to you, and you'd find your feet firmly on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life would continue, but your memories would linger on. Man. Growing up, man. I remember when I was young, back in my day. Back in my day, we couldn't drive. Okay. Do a quick, safety save. Right. Then summer ended. Yep. Moths bounced against your window. The question is, why did it... Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to because I'm planning on going through other options on my own time, right? So once I exhaust all the other options and I'm like, man, I wish there were more. Maybe I'll get the DLC. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. Siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She'd officially been accepted into her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person before. You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know where you'd have the next opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. Oh man, do we go to the Chinese restaurant or the tropical place? Tropical place? I didn't really discover the tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. Lee and Liz were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling. You were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelope. That must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through of anything of interest. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognize now that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail you got more regularly of late. There's something you were expecting. Yeah. Is it the... Oh man, college? You stopped at a crisp white envelope. Remember when colleges sent letters instead of, like, emails? You stopped at a crisp white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed the sender, a school you'd applied to. Okay, opened it instantly. You had to see what it was going to say, regardless of whether it was good or bad, as soon as you could. You pulled apart the glue on the flap on the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. Blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that contained... Deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You've been accepted! Is there a possibility of us being rejected? I don't know. Yeah! Bouncing on the balls of your feet, you pressed the letter to your chest as your excitement bubbled over. Did you tell your family right away? You make it downstairs. You want to keep this news juice? I don't know. Let's tell our family. You tore down the stairs, your feet barely touching the ground as you left from one step to the next. Your arrival, which compensated for excessive speed by creating a riot of noise, caught Mom's attention. I don't think it's possible. Damn, so we're fated for success then. Nice. Someone's hungry. Her eyes were twinkling, amused, as she let you catch your breath. So what's the rush for? I got into college! Mom whooped, holding out a hand for a high five.
You're fantastic.
Nice, Mai! The commotion had summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning, as Lee hurried over. Ma swept in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close.
Good job.
It's wonderful, sweetie. Hey, let me in on the hug. She wrapped her arms around you both without waiting for an invitation. Liz, her book neatly abandoned on the floor, tapped her hands in applause as she walked up to you. Good job, Mai. Lee didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to a thunderous applause.
Seriously?
It's amazing! You're gonna be amazing! That's nice, but you shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your moms opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you, as they each held out each other to invite Liz and Lee in. Giggling, Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Your mom squeezed everyone together tightly. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We can take this party on the road. We gotta head out for dinner soon. Nodding, you were aware that your attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favor of congratulating you. I have a couple of more things to do first. It won't take long. Yeah, I mean, oh man, it's getting closer and closer. Oh no. You hurried back upstairs. Though getting ready to go out was the issue at hand, you couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you received and everything that would soon unfurl. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished in the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. I'm determined to finish this today, because I want to... So I want to get to the end so I don't have to, you know, lay awake at night wondering how it ends. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it. with much less coordination required to release seatbelts and secure them. He gave Lee a hand as she clambered out of the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know that many of you would be in total. How many of you... Oh, Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as it buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove were wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him.
Hi!
It's great to see you.
Glad you can make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am.
I see.
Came to the right place, then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed out over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before, and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff pipped up.
Okay.
Oh, I've got some good news! Kyra's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great! Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up! Me and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now. But there will be more good news and good times on the horizon.
Right.
Right, and speaking of, that's not all we got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke.
Well,
It's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping on his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible, Cove's actually gonna make it into adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point. But thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad. Cove blinked his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy.
thanks.
Thanks, I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
Oh, come here! Ah, hugs! Hugs for Cove. Just as cringe. It's genetic. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head, while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. Ma leaned over and whispered in your ear, her fingertips brushing against your cheeks.
Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. Holden what you told us earlier?
Sure. As the spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, you decided this was a good time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course! Got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up.
Good kid.
Impressive, you're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table.
Seriously?
It's amazing. It's incredible. You did it. Congratulations, Mai.
Thanks. No, seriously, this is really, really big. You deserve it so much. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You've been on this journey with everyone here for years, seeing them falter and grow, and they have watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were staying close, but it was clear that you were all heading in different directions, to different destinations. Some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own. Aw, it was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people had been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. But you focus your mind on the sweet side. No angst here. New adventures were still ahead, and you couldn't encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clear of his throat and a small interjection. No angst allowed, yes. I'm gonna stretch my legs a while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness to his expression faded when he moved to face you. Huh? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting words, you two walked out of the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that there was he hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward move. I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving, was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. Glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Looking forward to it? I am. Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further, and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. I don't want things to end. You don't need to worry. So you're gonna say you dress up as the future for Halloween? That's a really stupid ass joke, Mai. It may be scary now, but it'll be worth it. Sure hope so. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. He felt a sudden chill that was definitely not caused by the air conditioning. I was just thinking, are we gonna stay as a couple? His words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want to know. I'm not just talking about today or forever. Even if things change, like right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't let us? That one day we'll have to move on? No, don't. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. Yes. You looked at Cove, who was seemingly utterly touched. kind of feeling that he couldn't imagine not wanting. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Hey, human. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. What? You don't think you've ever had this? I don't know, maybe it's caused... Well, actually, I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, that was like, I'm trying to do like no angst here, but in my head I'm like, oh man, but if we're going to college, Cove is staying here, moving into another apartment, we're probably either gonna dorm or go to, I mean, we said public college, right? So, or public university, so we either dorm or it's like, it's at least like a good drive away from where we're living. So we're technically also moving, you know? So like, it's like, it is actually like, there is some distance. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for horrifying. You're giving me no choice to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. That's right. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. There's no winning. No angst. No angst. This is a no angst playthrough. No, everything's gonna turn out fine. Ow, my chin. I smacked myself. Fine and dandy. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. His lips twitched up at your sarcasm.
Right?
I know, how am I gonna get past this? He gave a small smile and then stopped joking around. Thanks for listening to me. He felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after taking it out, or talking it out. Wanna go back to the table? I bet everyone's wondering what we've been up to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot what we were doing here. That's probably be good. With matching smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter and showed.
Mm-hmm.
What's that voice line? Mm-hmm. Seem happy. What was that?
Yeah, it looks like you were having quite the conversation over there.
It's neighbor stuff, sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions, and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that Cove wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Scenes relaxed, and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your tip.
I'm so excited to try this place.
I'm
not sure if I've ever really eaten here. It's more Mai's place than mine. Let's just hope it's good.
All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion.
We'll see.
As a challenge issued, Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted.
Tough crowd, jeez, Liz.
Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment.
That's right, Liz. Jeez. Oh, jeez Louise.
Jeez. Liz put a hand over her eyes to mock offense.
Rude. Hardly say jeez anymore.
Bo smirked and turned to your sister. You leaned forward in your seat.
Huh.
Jeez. Everyone burst out laughing. Besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in the blink of an eye. Somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow, you closed your eyes. Your mind drifted back to everything that had happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. Oh my god, can we sneak out to- we can sneak out to his room? This time we scale his house and climb the window. Yes!
If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to you. You were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front floor. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road was too surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. Might have been an eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footstep to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and luckily for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. Oh, okay, nice. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. Now you wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Well, he got a better fish tank! And also, wait, we didn't tell him, we didn't let him know that we're coming in. We broke and entered. Yeah. We're doing a B&E! Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, and with only the soft glow of moonlight and Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish that you got to name Nee! Nee! Then, straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. Oh god, we're gonna scare him to death! At the sounds of his soft breathing, you can tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. You sat down on top of him. You startled him with a loud, wow, we really bullying Cove. That's just our game. Poked him until sat down on top. Chuckling quietly to yourself, you crawled over the bed and towards him and sat yourself right on his chest. His eyes snapped open, and he attempted to bolt upright, but couldn't move an inch with your weight on top of him. His head flopped back down with a huff. You continued smiling down at him, and he looked up back at you, completely lost.
What?
What's going on? He watched you with wide eyes, completely unsure of what to do, before he whispered something croakily. He couldn't quite make out what it was, and when you leaned in closer, he attempted to speak again. Get up, can you please get off? Okay. Now that you had his attention, you scrambled off the bed and stood beside it. Both took in a deep breath, clearly not happy with your brand of wake-up call, rolled over and turned his back on you. He softly murmured to himself, already starting to doze off again. Sorry, Cove. Why do you always have to sit on me? You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own. After a few more seconds, he... Oh, wait, what? Yeah, I'm here. He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence for real. The knees we met along the way. That's why we gotta bully Cove, cause of knee. I don't know. I have no decisions. Yes. Where's my dice? You don't want to be alone. He frowned, his eyebrows pinching together in concern.
Are you okay?
Is everything okay? He hand on your shoulder, he locked eyes with you. Yeah, I'm feeling better. He sat back a little, giving you a fond smile. I should have known that you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his leg over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held him in his lap. He was nervous. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. Yeah, so just sleep over.
Of course.
Smiled, feeling relieved that he had agreed, and he grinned back. You could always count on him. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's very eager to do. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. There's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. Okay, since we didn't share the bed when we were at his mom's house, so we'll do it here. Just yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I guess we could. That means stopping us. It is okay. It is like a full-sized bed at the very least, right? You know, it's not like a twin-sized bed where it'd be cramped as fuck. Like it's pretty large, you know? It's yeah. Just saying. Holding back your amusement, you try not to grin at his bashfulness. He obviously hadn't thought it through completely, but at least he was up for it. But we're gonna share the bed. You can hear the tremble in Ko's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind. When you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. I'm sorry, I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. Just a second. But that's the thing, like, we shared the loft and, well, like, he's... Okay, I guess that was less conscious. Simply waited for him to get to ready himself and gather his nerves. It only took a couple moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yeah, let's get in there. He took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deep. Cove! All of a sudden, he started trembling and shaking more than ever, and then he scrambled out of the bed. You bolted upright, leaning back on your hands, and you stared at him in shock. Are you alright? Yeah, I'll be back. I just need some more time. He ran ahead through his hair in exasperation and paced around the room, breathing heavily. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do. As though he could read your mind, he spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. He assured you between heavy, gasping breaths, but you were having trouble believing him. When he bent over with his hands on his knees, like he had just run a marathon, you were even more concerned. This isn't a problem. It's just a process. He held up a hand to reassure you, and with nothing left to do, you sank back down into the bed and let him have the space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. Oh my god. Okay. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nerves. his nervous energy and steady his breathing and even rhythm, but eventually he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. I come back still. Of course. He smiled reassuringly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into the bed beside you, though was still careful not to get too close. As always. He laughed shyly, soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Yes. A-okay. Let out a deep breath, relief written on his face. It's good. He shuffled closer an inch at a time, before nuzzling into you, wrapping his arms around his side. Yeah, reverse Uno. Your fingers gently brush up. Did I read this out loud? But it should be fine. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? Just so many other things that scare me. Coward. I can't voice things. It's first. I'm afraid of what if hypotheticals that aren't actually real. But I think about it anyway. And of nebulous concepts of things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. And I'm afraid because tomorrow things will be different because, but... He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night. Except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of his hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? It comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
I hate it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you can stand it. Or I'm annoyed at the way I am. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things. I don't want you to think that you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you're never giving up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. It's all good, Cove. You need a hug. Well, I guess that's already happening, right? His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Mike. Good night. He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hands gently moving to cradle the back of your head. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling his ease into you as Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off into restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling on your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as he snored. You must have fallen asleep that way. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together. Getting to be with him in a whole different way. You'd definitely get used to it. Where's my dice? Dice? Kiss. Being careful not to wake him, you bent over and pressed your lips against his skin. He stirred a little in response, a small sleepy smile appearing in his face. There's a loud noise then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. No, Dad. No, it's like the loft all over again, but now it's our turn to be embarrassed. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to notice you straight away. Oh my god, shit. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh. All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact. He froze where he stood, a smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not usually what I walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Oh shit! Wow, this one is basically snitching on him too. You pulled the blanket up over your head. Should I pretend I didn't see you? It's like... It's just like, pretend I am not here. Poe blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad! Cove scrambled on the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Ow! He flopped back down onto his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. Yeah, it's a laugh. You couldn't help the sound from breaking out, though when Cove shot you an unappreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. Oh, Bud, are you alright over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards his son.
Yes!
Yes, please just go. Okay, I'll leave. Move held his hands in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times I mentioned that I was barely older than you when I found out I was going to be a daddy, so... Cliff! Just, if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not having kids! I know, I was only saying at that age, things can move fast, and shut up, Cliff! He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, You know what? It's fine. We'll chat about this later. Kyra's waiting. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was fun. It's alright. Things like this happen. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. Hey, I guess we can't just hide in here now. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It had been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get a chance to do this again soon. You found yourself smiling along with him. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible. Cove put his glasses back on before heading out to see Kyra. Kyra was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits and her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. Oh no, the Cliff told Kyra, didn't he? Oh, I guess it's okay now. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear. Oh no, she just heard it. Even from there. Hope tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kyra's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, baby. And hello to you, too, Mai. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Bo frowned at that, and his eyebrows furrowed. The laugh. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. His frown wobbled as he became more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. Hi. As Kyra slowly composed herself again, you raised a hand to wave. All you could really do was smile. Cove was still unable to say anything. Other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek, he stood there frozen. Kyra studied you both for a moment.
It's alright.
It's okay, my not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kyra at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. You released the air you were holding in your lungs. Then Kyra's gaze locked onto you. No, we were just about to go over to Pam and Noah. Are you two coming? I don't know why her voice got deep. I'll go. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Ah, that sounds good.
Great.
Great, let's do it! It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during that last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Thank you. I don't know where you're perishing, but I hope it goes well. But do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have time. We don't have to wait for that. Wait, sure. It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
It's all right. Besides, Maya's going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. Your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyway, so... Yeah.
Come on.
Away we go! With that decided, the four of you headed across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Why does this feel like Cove's parents walking, the whole family walking over while bringing you there, right? And it's like, hi, we caught your child in our house. Hello, we caught your child in our house. Hi there. Mom answered the door, and her expression brightened even more seeing Kyra there. She moved to pull Kyra into a hug, and her gaze fell on you. Hi. Hi, Mom.
Huh?
Oh, wait, when did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view around the doorway, while Liz and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. He had to look away. You noticed Ko's face was burning red again.
It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. Wouldn't put it past my baby.
I don't know why it's so high.
I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I can't believe my Mai has been getting up to all that mischief too.
Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear. While the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done, fortunately, they left the conversation there.
Enough of standing around. Come on in.
Mom moved aside to usher the group in, guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up.
You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you.
There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we can really make it a day. Oh, well, we can really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove.
Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Scenic. I don't know. I just stumbled on words, man. Picnic? Man, I don't think about stuff like that comes out of my mouth. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. An hour later, both your family and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. Honestly, couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there. The sight always filled you with... Hey, Mai.
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so can we mind? That'd be cool, I'll ask them. You're already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction you're... Behind you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by?
I don't see why not.
Mom looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Liv, Kyra, what do you two think? More the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, he gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call. Oh, it's Derek! Hey, it's been a while. Oh my god, Derek. There's, I don't even know what... Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than I can't do a deeper voice than it had been when you first met. But it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying the crazy summer days? Yep. Awesome. You have to catch me up on that. How about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've been slammed with stuff for college applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? What's this? Yeah. Good luck. Gonna need it. I kinda doubt that. He chuckled. You could hear a small smile when he spoke. Yeah?
Yeah, of course. You worked really hard. Well, it's true, thanks. His cheerful tone elicited a chuckle out of you. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks. I guess they're doing alright. You both laugh at that. It was easy to imagine the grin on his face. Oh! Really? Oh shit. Wow. I see. Mom and Dad are fine. It's incentive. They want me to get the Derek DLC so I can see him in person and not on a phone. That's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smile warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being... Actually... I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Well, I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. My, have a heck of a day. Hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. You don't see Derek in the DLC. Step 3 and... Oh, it really? Oh. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. Moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So, what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
No problem. I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. Can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. Conversations shifted to what you all would do next. Extra moments in step 2. Oh, okay. That makes... Okay, I get it. Okay. Because, you know, there was that whole section with Derek for step 2. I didn't realize step 3 would just be, like, exactly the same. Ice Norder? Conversation shifted to what you would all do next.
In that case...
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
Is that alright?
Oh, Miranda! Did I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. I'm in. Excellent. We have almost enough. We almost have enough for 2 on 2 teams. Volleyball's a good idea, but there's probably something happening. But there should probably something. But there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Oh, I have some crafting supplies we can use to make jewelry. We can even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace.
That'd be great.
I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. Oh man. What do we do? Where's my coin? Okay, the coin said to go stick with Cove. You looked at Ma, ready to jump into a competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into 2.
Anyway.
Alright, sports stars, you're gonna have to pick partners, and then it's a game on. Mr. Holden Mr. Holden left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court in the sand.
Well?
He walked over to you and hooked her arm around yours. He laughed. I want to be on Mai's team. Oh man, what should we do? Let's pair up with Ma.
Alright, it'll be Ma and me. You wanted to have fun with your mom. Cove put on his game face, not intending to go easy on you now that you were on sides. Cove then turned to Miranda. He looked determined. Ready to win?
Yeah.
Oh, she said it. When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball, the various other supplies y'all brought here. Sounds like we have our teams all set, right?
Yes.
Good, good. Now get to your sides. The four of you situated yourselves on one side or the other of the court with your partner. Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Mom.
Do you mind?
Since this was all Nolani's idea, I think it's fair that she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
What's that voice like? Woo! Woo! Ma, show who's boss! Go, Ma, make him eat sand! You kicked a small heap of sand out of your way on the simple court, making her laugh. You turned back towards Ma. Don't hold back. Wouldn't think of it. With that, Ma got in position and delivered a practice first serve. The game began. In battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach end. What? There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone had wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humor and wit. From a distance, the jewelry-making group would also cheer when they heard shouts coming out of the court. On top of that, they would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but fun was still going strong. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun for a while, or retrieve something that they needed. They always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. Go Fish? Okay. Oh, well, is it because, like, the ocean theme? Is that why? Or is it just because it's a simple card game? There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end. That was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in warm sand. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you in between them. Mom leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. Both really proud of you, Ma.
True.
You grew up to be more than we could ever have hoped.
What? You were touched by their words, and your voice came out in a whisper. Mom chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair.
Thank you.
That's not something you need to thank us for.
But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in the side. Glancing at Mom, you saw how teary-eyed she became. She sniffled. You stayed there quietly and contently, watching the sunset with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. You were still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we were going to take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you and smiled.
That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that would be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go! Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog.
Hey, don't leave us behind in the dust.
Cliff kept going forward, but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we won't leave without you.
Alright, we'll catch up.
Ready to go? Huh? Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it, too. Liz shook her hand, but her mouth worked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It was a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today.
Sorry we had to go already. My parents are here.
That's okay.
Still, I wish we could help clear this all up.
Don't worry about it. Just, things were coming out today. It's cool having everyone.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged?
See you later.
Take care of yourself, buddies.
After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Wave! It was a big wave. You hoped Miranda was right and there would be another day like this soon. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Hi?
Come on.
Hey Cove, can you come over here? Both your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Wait, who is this? Don't tell me. You glanced down to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Don't tell me. Is it It's Baxter. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Do you need help with that? It's alright. This is our mess to clean up.
Well,
You're sure then? I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. Season's almost over after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. This might even be the last time you happened to cross paths with him. You knew that, and so did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. His head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. To shake his. Sorry. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. I think we did end up as good friends. When meeting you.
glad to hear it.
I'm delighted to hear that. I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but a solid handshake. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. Wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride. It was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo, then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
Baxter sauntered away, completely completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things. His time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kyra or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. What? Seems like you were holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Most of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. It's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you.
Good night.
Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Mai. Wait. Caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice seeing you again already, Mai. Your teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach. Oh, thanks for getting that for us. You can put it, here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what you didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn out to reach his parents. What? Wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to re-situate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. Yeah, hug! Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her. You were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kyra had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kyra eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I come by, every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better.
Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I truly, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Mai. So much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. Aw. You're good people too. Good kids. Good people. You smiled softly. Mr. Holden looked away for a moment and sniffled, and when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. It means a lot to me. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Mai. Smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things that he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put my stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, you went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted, and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye. I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway and you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing.
It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As he walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. You blew him a kiss. Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side, and then he curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How will we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you.
Mom put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Mom was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Oh yeah, we finally get to see more of Lee. Because Lee only showed up in the corners and I was like, when are we gonna see like all of Lee? Okay. Liz grinned contently. Oh my god. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug.
Good night. I hope you have the loveliest dreams of you-know-who.
Lee ended that sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. Lee! Hug! You pulled her close into a bear hug. Lee giggled until you released her. Hope you sleep well too.
Oh, I totally will. The moment my head hits the pillow, I'll be out. Here's to us, Mai. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever.
Yeah, family forever. Lee leaned in close to whisper in your ear. You didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face.
Exactly, there's no escape.
That got a laugh out of you. You lightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes.
I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye.
I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking.
Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow.
Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts.
It's been a good summer. It's nice to come back home.
You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go.
Love you, little kiddo.
Love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment, smiled softly at you.
Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it.
I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder.
Aren't you heading to bed too?
Let's relax. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night.
Okay.
Mom came over to you, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do whatever you need to. Love you.
When you're done hugging Ma, Mom pulled you into another hug. Your actions, basically handing you off to another, had you laughing jovially.
I love you so much.
I love you too. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved.
Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight.
Good night, sweetie. Night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You were about to turn the other direction when you heard your mom's voice.
And don't let the bed bugs bite.
You heard Maud chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planned on going to bed, but something on the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind you. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of the new notification. It's from Cove. Wow, I wonder what this might be. Being out on a hill tonight? Something inside told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. Sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. Oh my god, less than 3? You went over to the front door, and stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the poppy hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since you'd first arrived, when you found him on the very same spot. I don't think I can talk anymore. He had officially broken the silence, a spell that had held you both in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you've never seen before, his eyes out on the next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond, before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing your very bright green hair. Both burst into genuine laughter at your reply. Yes, that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again. Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... The second one. I didn't think step 3 would be so long. I didn't think it'd be so long. I was like, oh yeah, I did 1, 2, right? And then I was like, okay, 3, 4, so it'd be like the same size. Yeah, no. It's fine. Aw. Bo's eyes widened, openly amazed by your response.
Really?
I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. Bo's hand drifted to the scar on his arms, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing bone. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. They gave us half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had, well, considering what you were thinking, across a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to. I can picture the way you looked back then. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-desirely, interrupting his own monologue. It scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I faced my dad again. Then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You're a strange person in a strange place, but that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Someone I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me, stayed with me. Sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me, somehow, right? He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised, as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost like you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who'd happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. So it turns out that you were there for that. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head as he shook off the thought. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again.
That's...
I'd love to be in my bed, at home, my real home with both my parents. The future was something I didn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table when I eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So, I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. Talking is hard. Cove returned it fully, sharing your delight. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life. All at that time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
That was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me, with Dad and Mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So, remember that time right now. It's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the person I was going to be with. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I lost, I didn't have any idea that it would be the one thing in the world that I actually would... I can't talk. They would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. No, I'm fine. My tongue feels numb though. Yeah.
Just a hug. You reached out to wrap your arms around Cove. He opened his arms and clasped you in his chest. His grip was tight and reassuring. Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Mai. So grateful you took care of me. He didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. Wonder how late it is. Guess it doesn't really matter. Dad is fine with me being out. Use your phone to check the time. Select your dad. Wait, what did you say? Oh.
I know.
Sure I could, but I'm probably not gonna. Are you gonna lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky gas, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time here. Sat on Cove's chest. Let's just lay down. You took your own spot next to him in the grass, brushing the blades of grass aside a bit with your hand. You were close enough that Cove could reach over and hook an arm around your side from his place in the ground. He smiled at him. Wow, the brightness? Both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the wood. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his hands and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. I go back home. I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay here a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately, gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. I know. Too bad I am on that one, huh? Oh, yeah. But we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of the sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. Why do they keep having me make these choices? I can't make these choices without feeling awkward. Where's my dice? You bent yourself against Cove for extra support. He tilted his head against yours. Good morning. He gave you a bent smile and went for the opposite sentiment.
Good night.
The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade and blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that came before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with the shining sun, a refreshing breeze, and chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of blades of grass leaving lines in your cheeks.
Mai.
Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. Aw, Cove! He had made himself very comfortable laying on his stomach with Julie and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like Told you I see you tomorrow. Ah! It's the exact same day, Cove. We were up until dawn. It doesn't make it a new day now just because we went to sleep later than you. Oh. And we disagree. Because to me, it's not really the next day until I've been to bed and woken up. Oh shit. But fine, I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow again. Probably the day after, too. That way there's no argument. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. I'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, we're even older than we are. I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're...
It's nice.
I can't see what the future is gonna look like. I think that it's alright. Looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hills spiraling out before you and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and Cove's laid down at the bottom, neatly filed among other houses in the neighborhood. Hey my, bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager that reminded you of so many moments in your youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave. We can always come back to see the poppies and fireflies again. Both met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. Yeah. He still didn't know where that came from, but Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you. Though you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have... Ah, I can't read this! Cove beamed at you, his expression was so unlike the one he wore when you first found him there, swallowed in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy once more underneath his bright expression and weird feature.
Come on.
Offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along. Parents probably for this time. We've got to make our own call. I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part. There's more out there for us this time. This place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say you were the one that broke into the fun, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward.
To the colors in the sky, the day is new, the sun is bright. Like a gentle breeze, fire stoked and watch the falling snow. Winter, spring, summer, fall, I've seen them change, I felt them all. No matter how the seasons change, I love the sun, the snow, the rain. All life will change.
My god. So part 4 is short, right? Or is it not? Because I remember them, yeah, 'cause I remember them saying like, part 4, like there's less pieces or something. Unsure. Alright, let's move up, right? So given the time right now, and my current condition, maybe I should stream part 4 tomorrow. 1 or 2 moments? Shit, maybe, okay, no, maybe I can push, no, I can, wait. Because if I stream part 4 tomorrow, it's gonna be kind of short, though. But, I mean, then again, like, streams are supposed to be an hour or 2 long, not fucking 5 hours. Or however long this is, I don't even know. I can't believe part 3 was basically the length of part 1 and 2 combined. Okay. Oh wait, let me save. Save here. So it's 8 hours. Oh. Teehee? We look at Cove? Take a peep at Cove or save that for tomorrow? Oh, we can flip a coin. Okay, the coin said to peep of peep. Cove. Cove! Oh, Cove! Cove! Oh my god, you can change so many other things. He got the ponytail, he got his hair longer. So it could be shorter. Oh my god. Still wearing glasses. Is it this one? Green. I can barely see. Tattoo? Oh gosh. Aquaman. This change? Oh wait, oh man, that's strange to look at. Oh my gosh. Hands. Where was it before? Sunglasses. Hands one. Oh, sunglasses too. Hands one is so tan though. Wow, I didn't know you were going for the monochrome. Oh no. Oh, he's still sporty. Okay. Alright, but I can't progress further. Or else I'll be here all night. And by all night I mean all morning. Yeah, it's sleepy time. Just remind me to set it to here. I feel like it did. But yeah. Okay, alright. Sleepy time. Thanks for sticking around for another long ass fucking stream. Hopefully tomorrow, around the same time again, which is 8 PM my time. I'll stream again and yeah. Woo! Good night!